International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. About to give you a fucking Chelsea green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's up, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from a beautiful sunny day here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MPs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, folks. It's Saturday, FUNDAY, and we're going to be having fun, mandatory fun, gunpoint. That's right. That includes maybe doing a little bit of hog watch potentially. That includes watching YouTube videos. That when I say fun, I mean I'm gonna be having fun. I don't care if you're having fun with the particular videos that we're watching. It just means that I'm not gonna be doing news. Are you gonna watch the Elden Ring DLC? I think so. I've been really intimidated and really worried about getting back into Elden Ring before the DLC, even though I said I was going to do it. I said I was going to go all the way back from a 0 character all the way to fucking the end there. You missing the Elden Ring meta? I am not missing the Elden Ring meta. I'm deliberately avoiding the Elden Ring meta. It doesn't work that way. This community doesn't work that way. There's too many 35-year-olds in here that would literally kill themselves if I didn't cover the news for 8 hours a day. I am a little worried though. Having said that, however, I'm in a great mood overall. I'm in a great mood overall because it is literally, it's currently 63. It says on my, it says 63 degrees, but it's actually like 70. I think it feels like 75. I was I was working out shirtless today, out in the sun, getting a little bit of sunlight. I felt fucking awesome. That's what I mean when I say I'm having a good day. I'm having a good moment. And I feel pretty solid overall. The vibes are pretty positive here overall. How often do you go to the gym? I train 4 times a week with trainers, and I play basketball beyond those 4 times a week. What does the hat say? It's Waleed's Kebab Shop. In any case, a lot of movement, a lot of momentum, a lot of things happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Let me tell you, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, okay? Number 1, I ended the broadcast last night. What did I do? Not much, just watched My Hero Academia. I'm so invested. We're on the 3rd season. I'm up in this shit. On the 3rd season of My Hero Academia. I don't know why I used to slander it as Mid-Hero Academia. I rewatched all of the seasons that I had watched. It's well drawn. Pacing is pretty good. There's emotional moments. There's great fights. I don't know why I was so critical of it. Just wait, it gets worse. I don't know. I mean, I'm on the 3rd season and it's a lot of fun. The only issue that I have, I guess, is that the villain, not All For One, but like the underling boss guy who has like a super sick power, he's just kind of a anchorless, rudderless ship, you know? He's just kind of trying to figure out why he hates All Might, why he needs to kill All Might. It's like, bro, just pick a struggle, you know? Like, and I, by that, I mean, like, literally just like figure out what your cause is. Shigaraki? Yeah. I mean, maybe. The show is good. The fandom is catastrophic. You can say that about literally every show on the planet. Having said that, there's also a bunch of other animes that I am kind of interested in watching. Did you see From Software sent Kai a life-size statue of Melania? Yes, bro. You hate to see someone else live out your dreams, okay? This motherfucker is literally living my goddamn dreams. All right? God was like, you're gonna be 6'4", but also Namco Bandai, whatever fuck, Bando Namkai, From Software, Sony is never going to notice you. They are never going to notice you. I said Bando. They're never gonna, Capcom is never gonna give you shit. Okay, you can literally ride. You can ride for From Software. You can have your own tumultuous journey. It doesn't matter. Fuck you. Okay, you're Turkish. Shut your Turkish ass up. That's what they say to me. Shut your Turkish ass up. You will never be. All jokes aside, you know, obviously I love other people getting in and getting invested in this genre. You got a dude like Kai Cenat, who's like a 2K player who fucking plays Spider-Man and thought like Spider-Man is like peak narrative world building. And this is not, I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way at all, but like for him to, you know, venture on into Red Dead Redemption and then fucking Elden Peak, incredible. This is literally like you guys know I have a cousin. I have like a little cousin who's like 14 now, and I'm constantly trying to get him to do this because his ass is always playing Madden, and I'm just like, bro, please, Madden is so fucking lame. Like, please, why do you play Madden so much? Like, I got him a Nintendo Switch. I got him Zelda. Never touched that shit. I was like, come on, play Breath of the Wild. No, he just like he is just anti-art. Okay, he's like, no, gaming for me is Madden and Madden only. And it's just like, oh, I hate that he's like a normie gamer, you know what I mean? In any case, like Kai's going through that, and I think that's phenomenal. And I think that it's really awesome because like he is such a massive presence. He's so entertaining. I mean, he has millions of people watching him, millions of young people watching him. So then it's not just him who's like getting invested in this stuff. It's gonna be all the 14-year-olds as well. And I love that. I love that so much. I'm very excited. I'm glad that, you know, I'm glad that the industry is noticing and giving him his flowers in general. Having said that, though, of course I'm jealous, bro. Are you kidding me? I'm so fucking jealous. They would never do some shit like this to a Turkish man.
Just come outside. Feel live for the night. Live. Take your time. Get your light. Melania. Blade of Mikola. Yeah!
That's so sick.
Yes!
Bro, that statue is awesome. I don't even care that it's nerdy as fuck. Oh, come on. It's incredible. I swear you have a track record of not finishing DS3. That's not true, dude. I literally did finish it. I even went back to fuck up, what's his face? Nameless King. Greatly underestimate how tall Melania was IRL. Kai Cenat wouldn't stand a chance. Oh, yeah. Melania is 256, man. She's like, she way taller than me. I was looking at All Might. All Might's height is 220. Like, that motherfucker's got 24 centimeters on me, you know, 26 centimeters on me. Did you see Emiru's Rena cosplay? It's insane. I saw it this morning. Ironic that this is the one moment where she's not on it. Bro, where are they filming this, by the way? Like, my jealousy knows no bounds, okay? It's like everybody I know, everybody in this industry, people are literally like, oh yeah, let's give you literally everything. Let's give you everything. Damn, S-Man looks skinny, bro. He lost a lot of weight. He lost a lot. What the fuck? S-Man looks like half the size that he used to be. What is happening? In any case, it's crazy. It's crazy. You hate to see other people living your dream. Like this is my dream. They are living out my dream. You gotta play Elden Ring again. They're marketing for the DLC. They're not gonna market with me for the DLC. Come on, guys. There's no way.
Which is why Tectone actually used to be a wrestler.
No, it is like, he calls it redneck anime. Pro wrestling.
It is.
Wait, this fits me kind of good.
Yeah.
I
You
like
could
how
be
this covers my
Radan.
Jowls.
What the hell are jowls?
I think they're your jaws.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
They would market with Hank Pecker. Think about it.
Wait, is it moving? Can you tell it's moving on camera?
You're perfect just the way you are. Thank you.
I think it looks good.
It
slipped down a little bit.
Overall, yeah, it's crazy out here, man. It's fucking crazy out here. We got so much.
Bad fur day. Sick. Oh my god. What a bunch of cool stuff.
This is a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. And soon we're gonna be watching. There's some kind of like
There's an event, right?
Yeah, there's a event. They said starting in.
Brother, Speed and Mr. Beast donated to charities to Palestine. Why are you so opposed to reaching? What? You think I'm opposed to reaching out to Speed and Mr. Beast to help out with charity work? First of all, I didn't know that Mr. Beast donated to Palestine. If he did so, I don't think he did it publicly. Secondly, what are you talking about? Dude, chatters will literally be like, dog, I don't understand. Carson had Kevin Hart on. Why can't you have Kevin Hart on? It's like, bro, you think I don't want Kevin Hart on, or like an equivalent Hollywood celebrity? Like, you think I don't try every now and then through like regular ass ways that I could try and do that? Chatters would be like, you think I'm just like sitting around being like, nah, man, I just don't want Kevin Hart on the stream. Yeah, the chatter meant you should reach out to the brands for marketing. Oh, so what anime were you interested in? Oh, yeah. Let me blast off real quick, okay? First of all, this Saturday fun day, mandatory fun. Let's put a. Do I have a meme for this? Do you guys have a meme? I'm gonna do. I'm planning on doing okay, buddy, stuff like that. So, real question: if you had a big celebrity on, if you had the chance, would you sit down and watch Joe Rogan with them too, or try to switch it up? Yes. Yeah, chatters will exactly. It's the same energy as a parent being like, just reach out to a celebrity. Maybe they'll give you a job. I don't understand. Back in my day, you could just shake a hand and then they would let you be the CEO. You know? Back in the day, a firm handshake. A firm handshake and a good smile would let you get in. My word is as strong as oak. Kaya Art Blast Off. Bro, this person, this Aruzan, our Ozzy chatter, absolutely loves making Kaya art. I don't know why. He's just like such a big fan of making Kaya art, bro. He's out here in the trenches doing Kaya art every dang day. Love it. Here it is. We blasted off. I'm blasting. Ooh, I'm blasting. Anyway. period girly Kaya. She doesn't have like the same level of energy because she's a period girly. She just sleeps all day. And she got like kind of an eye infection. I gotta take her to the I'm the first time that I could get like trying to take her to the vet. And in LA everything is like fuckboy status, including the vet. So unfortunately, the vet doesn't have like availabilities and shit until Monday. Stop spamming? No. Do you have stuffed animals for her? When my dog would go into heat, she loved carrying her stuffed animals. I heard that it's cute as hell. Like they do nesting stuff. They engage in like nesting behavior is what I heard. Chat, let the people know. Retweet this shit. Don't just like it, retweet it, engage with it. Bro, they think her stuffed animals are dead puppies sometimes. I didn't know that. I found them. Okay, sen geri geleceğim mi? Akşam. Okay, yemeği o zaman kendim yapmayacağım bana yemek. What is this? Oh, no, what are you doing? Okay, I'll do it. Okay. So, is there anything you want me to do right now? Okay. We know you read that. Read what? Nesting is weird. I was weird when I nested. I felt the urge to clean the entire house. This is my favorite type of chatter. Look, why are you lying? We know it won't be a Saturday fun day. Someone will stun lock you with a terrible take and you'll pivot from fun day, which is like the chatter doing that. Chatter is trying. Chatters will be like, oh dude, classic. Today's gonna suck actually. Why? Because I'm in the chat and I'm gonna do everything I can to fuck up the vibes. All right, anyway, let's see this goddamn shadow of the urge tree.
No, I mean, people don't want the spoilers either. They're like, oh, we're so worried. So yeah, you know, gotta keep a good balance, and I think we've really achieved that.
Wait, where is this? What are they watching? Is there like an event on Twitch? Is there like an event on Twitch right now that is like, bro, I swear I thought that was Will. What the fuck is going on? Papa Plate Doug Food Challenge versus Verzulkan. Damn, this shit went international. What is happening? I never look on Twitch. There's some Counter-Strike shit happening. People playing Grand Theft Auto. Rubius is with Dun Clancy. Phantom is live and alive. Shouts out to Phantom. He's not dead. This has sexual themes apparently. Do a state of the platform address. Oh, here it is.
But before we head through in that playthrough, I think we are going to have a little culmination of how exactly we got here by one of our lovely content creators who are a big part of the Elden Ring community, Valiva.
Luka and Kyrie 8 yesterday. Mavs in 7. Okay, bro, come on. You think the NBA script writers, come on, bro. You think the fucking NBA script writers are going to allow a 4-game sweep in the finals? Are you insane? Of course they're not.
At least. So over a year ago, we were shown this image, and it revealed what many had already suspected, that the DLC would be concerned with a character named Mikola. Long story short, Mikola is Marika and Radigan's demigod child, and of all his siblings, Mikola was perhaps the one most likely to achieve godhood. Recognizing this, Mikola's half-brother, Moog, abducted Mikola and placed his cocoon upon a pedestal, believing this cocooned Empyrean could help him usher in a new dynasty. For an age, Mikola has remained still, However, if you defeat Radahn and put the stars back into motion, and if you also defeat Mohg and gain access to the cocoon, then his story can finally move forward. For Miquella has been on a journey this entire time, it seems, to the realm of shadow, a place to where you, his chosen lord, are now beckoned.
It's
This
crazy
place
how
has long
Vati
been
Vidya
cut
is
off
no longer
from the
just a
lands between,
YouTuber, but like
hidden beneath a veil,
the official
all
ordained
of its secrets lost
lore
to us as
master.
well. So too has Messmer's identity been lost to us. He's someone who is considered akin to the other demigods. He might even be a demigod, and here Messmer put the entire land to the torch long ago, and it's this war in the realm of shadow that we learned more about just recently in the story trailer. This place that's burning is called Ballarat, Tower Settlement, and here a horned race that we think were called the Hornsent once flourished, but now it seems few remain. This purge was almost certainly done at the command of Queen Marika, but why? Was there something she wanted to hide? Marika doesn't exactly have the best reputation. The story trailer seems to speak of her seduction and betrayal, an affair from which gold arose, and so too was shadow born. These are the truths that Miquella the Kind has spoken of to his faithful followers, who now follow him into the realm of shadow. They do not all claim to know what he's doing here,
yeah, dude.
but their faith propels them. For Miquella has long represented
Famously, no one
hope
played this game
for the
before
low
Kai
and
did.
the meek.
Like, people did not know
Now,
about this game at
only
all.
recently
Thank God for
have
Kai.
answers started to take shape, particularly answers surrounding Ballarat, the tower settlement that Messmer set aflame. Nearby this place is a
W.
frozen
Kai.
jail. It was briefly shown here in the gameplay trailer, and that's actually what I want to briefly talk about before I go, because soon you'll be seeing Red Bull's streamers clearing through this place. Here, countless jars are hung from the ceiling, and as you might know from the base game, living jars contain the remains of the dead. And I can share a little bit of lore on these pots, and this jail in particular, from back when I explored this place. So the Greater Potentate cookbook states that the Greater Potentate was haunted by the grotesque practice of his village of birth, and so he stuffed great pots with all manner of things. And one of these hefty cracked pots states that the Greater Potentates of Bonnie Village craft these and store them in a frozen jail. So be on the lookout for these living jars in this frozen jail. Good luck to everyone at the event. Thank you for having me on, and I'll catch up with you all again once the DLC is released.
That's so sick.
It was not on my bingo list to see Vati on this event, but what a pleasant surprise and what an absolute pleasure. I'm now joined by Bertrand, who's joining me on the caster booth, and very soon we're going to have a live, not pre-recorded.
Not pre-recorded.
Not pre-recorded. I will ask you to jump twice to prove that it's not pre-recorded, but to set the tone, first, we're going to have a quick look, a quick stroll through some of the areas that you'll see in this DLC. It's going to be very calming. Get your senses, relax. We're going to leave it to production to walk us through this.
Elden Ring, very calming. Elden Ring esports? What do you mean, bro? Is it... I got lotion on my shit right now. I'm stroking my shit. I got so much lotion. There's squeaks in my shit right now. I'm jerking my peanuts. Yo, I'm stroking my shit. Ow. 42, you can't say jorging my peanuts. I don't give a fuck, bro. At the young age of 42, I still jorg my shit. I still jorg my shit, my peanuts. Yeah, I'm 52, not 42, bitch. Oh, fuck. Vidya and like an entire genre of YouTubers have been created specifically explaining like all the shit because they literally just put the lore in items, bro. Do you even have your old save still? On my PS3, on my PS5 I do. I was going to say PS3. I'm so fucking old. I'm not a fan of that method, to be honest.
The music and the imagery, it never fails to give me goosebumps. That was really, really beautiful. And if you missed it, we are back here at the caster booth with Bertrand from Namco Bandai, who's going to be walking us through a not before seen part of the upcoming DLC. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
We will now see the gameplay. Now, full disclosure, our friend Bertrand, he's gone through this. He knows what's ahead a little bit, but I have not.
Jump twice, bitch. Jump twice. Jump twice.
So you said
or I won't believe you. Jump twice. Or I won't believe you.
One,
now do it 3 times.
Oh!
Okay,
he's jumping more than twice.
I am
it's pre-recorded.
So
it's pre-recorded.
Home.
All right.
That's lovely. Where are we, Bertrand?
So we are right at the start of the Shadow of the Archer expansion.
It's fake. It's fake. It's fake. It's fake.
I just came from, Mogwin Palace.
Oh, okay.
And I interact with the cocoon, and then I am right.
Right. So this is not the same area that we're going to see our friends, content creators play later. This is a different one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the starting area.
Wow.
Hasan, is your DLC character ready? I'm just gonna play with my PlayStation 5 character,
some people
probably.
Expect such a large area for a DLC. This is really, really overwhelming at first.
Yeah,
permaban.
It's huge. And so as usual, a beautiful vista to start with. So Graveside Plain, that's the first area of the expansion. There's the first site of grace that will...
This is the overworld. I imagine we can use our horse here. Is that something we're going to do to walk around?
Yeah, sure.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. And here is Torrent.
All right.
Just to give another...
If you come in here and cynically say, no guys that come today, I will permanently ban you. Straight up. Try it. I'll permanently ban another person. Do it. Pass me out.
Sites. Yeah. Is this something that's also true in the DLC?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Everything that we're seeing in this is probably a place that we're going to end up later.
I mean, this is the DNA from.
That was a 2-month subscriber too.
Everything you see on screen, you can reach it at some point during your playthrough. So that's obviously the case in Shadow of the Archer as well.
Wow. So I was going to ask you if there was any particular reason we picked this. Is it just because we want to stay close to the start and give people a
we don't want to be too spoilerish, as I said to Ginny earlier, so yeah.
Oh no, more bird enemies.
Birds.
These are not the favorite enemies of many of us. Wait a minute.
Yes.
I just realized that weapon you're using is quite unique. It moves like a longsword, but it does
bro.
Look like a great
It's
sword.
OP weapon, over leveled, not naked, and using a fucking.
Stance with its weapon of
it's called My Lady.
Plus 25.
Yeah.
That is elegant. Can you show us the
classic?
All right. Oh dear.
Yeah, something higher.
Bro, using a weapon and not just
this
kicking.
reminds me of a particular boss much earlier in the series, and I am feeling
3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. L for you if you don't fucking subscribe.
For a minute. That is awesome.
Let's continue. More birds.
Damn, I missed this shit. Oh,
very nice job. That seems so fun to use.
It is.
Now, the imagery of these ghost-like tombs is something that we've seen since the earliest reveals of the DLC. Do they have any significance that you can talk about? Is this something for players to learn?
Yeah, I think it's better if players learn about these tombs.
I really cannot make out exactly what these birds are made of. They almost feel like they are puppets or made of some
jump
rock
cheese
material.
plus 25, not naked, not NG plus plus plus, weapon art cheese, roll cheese. I know, he's cheesing.
I know that they are the fans' favorite because we show them in our previous trailers.
That is true. I do remember them. They stick out physically and figuratively.
And they are quite passive for now. But if
I'm playing the role of a toxic From Software fan. Okay,
this kind of
if you haven't figured it out.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
now
you
I'm
pissed
in
off
trouble.
the entire community of them.
Exactly. So I'm in trouble now.
He's half.
Is there any benefit to driving their aggression?
No, just to show the
he's
audience
got
that they can
plus
be
12
aggressive.
flasks. That's the cheese
But
too.
maybe some
OP.
Other places might be
OP. He's
of
OP.
interest, to interact.
Interesting.
Like
so you will need to watch out not to add additional trouble if there's out of the enemies in the area.
Exactly.
All right. So far, we've just strolled down this area.
We see some runes over there. We'll go there.
Yeah. Fuck this gameplay, bro. This gameplay sucks. Oh my god.
Enough with the birds.
It is a bit of a classic
He's
of Elden Ring to just run
Drake's
through the troublesome enemies. Just run away from your problems.
Sorry, guys. Jumping over.
The Scorched Ruins.
Yeah.
You have to say out the
Literally
name of the area when you arrive,
unplayable.
otherwise it doesn't count.
Unplayable. You're right,
So there are
chatter.
ghosts as well. They're
Oh, interesting.
praying for maybe the shadow tree over there.
The only way to enjoy this game is by having
We do not
literally
peace, huh?
No.
only
Okay,
punching.
we see an interesting item here.
Doing a punch only run.
Wait a minute.
Let's just talk about
Is this a
Everything
third
else is
type of
cheese.
pot?
It seems to. Yeah.
Wow. Actually, that does link up with something that we've seen in the trailer. We did say some kind of tarnished hurdle, an incredibly large pot. I'm
Yes.
guessing that's what it is?
It is.
So we will have different types of large pots that we're throwing as if they were huge little throwable bombs. That is really interesting.
You want to know
we can
what's
find some
funny?
recipe to fill that up. I'd love to see you
Like
throw
here, the rule of thumb is basically
that's lovely.
every From Software player has a type that they enjoy playing, whether it's like
Carrying a torch on the
magic,
left hand is
whether
the
it's
right way to
strength,
do it.
or the obviously supreme way of playing, which is a dex build, right? Like
Never mind.
This is a fairly large.
everything
ruin,
else they
something that
consider
was
to be
just
cheese.
sitting
That's
there.
it.
Yeah.
And
If
it
you're a
seems like now
strength
we're taking some kind
player,
of roof
you
and
consider
it's giving us a
dex and,
shortcut.
magic players to be cheesing. I guess everyone universally considers magic to be a cheese build.
I find this. Is this the
in
nighttime
general,
version of this area?
and
Does it
everyone
glow
secretly respects
yellow?
the katana
or
dex
is it
builds
always this like
because
No. You can
those are the OP
during the day
goated
as well,
coolest
foggy,
players in
foggy
general in the
weather,
entire
Blue,
fandom.
Really, really entrancing. It's really
And I'm not
beautiful.
simply saying that because I do that, and because that's just the coolest thing to do.
Yeah.
That's just what it is. Everyone respects it. Everyone respects it. I promise, bro. Everyone respects it.
Blade of Mercy.
And it's not a weapon.
It's a talisman.
Yeah.
Faith
But
builds
I
are
won't show
nerds.
you.
You won't show what it does.
Yeah, I'm not biased about this. I'm just telling you how it is, dude.
Pretty cool kids.
Oh, look at me. I like playing strength. I want to fucking triple tap characters by just going and then fucking laying the hammer down, you know?
I think being used to
you're
the
bleed
fall damage of some of
spamming.
the
You're
other
bleed
games has
spamming.
given
You're
me
bleed
a
spamming. It's
big
like, yeah,
sense of
sorry. It's
danger.
called being a fucking superior fighter in every sense of the
I was
word.
talking earlier about the overall tone of the shadow of the archery with it's something like sadness.
Strength Bill's just mad at Dex Bills because they can never beat Sekiro. Exactly. Thank you.
That you're not in a good place.
No, not particularly friendly.
So let's.
The joke that I was trying to make, that I leaned into a little too hard, is that just everyone considers whatever they don't play to be
Is this
cheese,
the type of boss that a player is not expected to beat super early and,
and
should
that's
be
it.
tackled later?
What the fuck?
Yeah, well.
Oh!
Almost took out half of Torrent's health.
Yeah, he's a bit aggressive, so I won't bother him much then.
Could we jump over this, perhaps?
Yeah.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I just wanted to give you a glimpse of this.
That is, there's no other enemy so far that does such a wide AoE outside of a boss, perhaps.
Yeah. And it's chasing us. Ooh.
Yeah.
Bro, this is unimaginably chill for.
Again. And we are headed to this very interesting entrance.
So here's another side of Grace. So I will just.
Oh, now that's a character we might have had a glimpse on in the DLC trailer.
I will just reset the.
Yeah, the boss.
There's a hierarchy, and everyone thinks that everyone below them is cheesing. Yeah,
that's great. We are not going to talk to this NPC.
No, we are not, unfortunately. But it's just for spoilers
reason.
Oh.
So there's one there. Oh. Another one here.
Oh, very interesting. I wonder, can we talk or inspect this seeming artifact?
This one?
Yeah, we've seen this imagery before.
Oh,
there's an item
you mean
and
the cross?
Yeah.
Oh, Mikela's cross. Yeah.
Does it hold some significance?
I will leave it to the players to interact with it. But
okay.
yeah, it's obviously related to Mikela and
I see.
His footsteps in the realm of shadow.
Would it be fair to say that we're going to be chasing after him here as well?
Yeah.
All
right. See what he's up to in this realm of shadow.
Do we leave that item?
We have an item there, and it's an important item because it's the new mechanism that we have already communicated.
Unique leveling.
Yeah, so it's this Cadetry Blessing. So you can collect fragments and then consume these fragments at sight of
Chatters,
grace.
vote in the poll on what type of build do you enjoy.
And there's this new entry on in the menu,
Elden Ring and other From Software games, which I suspect many of you don't even fucking play. So
it's up to the player really to decide whether you want to consume these.
There's like
these
30
items
votes.
So
people have voted 30
if you
times.
Consume these items, it will raise this attack power and raise this.
But this is something that only applies to the DLC area.
Exactly. So that's only related to the realm of shadows.
So all of us are going to enter this area with slightly different levels, slightly different degrees of strength. But the main thing that's going to make us stronger, weaker, is going to be how many of these we can take, which also, I imagine, rewards exploration and clearing out every corner of the DLC.
Course. Yeah, of course.
Is that something that went behind this design?
Yeah, and there's the same item for the
Dex clears,
which is the
as always, as expected.
You can collect, you can explore, find, and collect them, and then consume them at the site of grace to empower your spirit ash summoning.
Oh, so that your companions are also stronger. That's really interesting.
But same.
I don't play the game because I'm not a baby, but I voted for Dex because I like you and you like it. It's so funny to be like, I'm not a baby or a nerd, which is why I cry when there isn't like 24/7 news coverage happening on this channel. I'm one of those classic cool guys who literally fucking has an aneurysm if we're not doing news coverage.
You never know if a dragon will pop up or if you will be shot at with a ballista or something.
Elden Ring is a baby game, dude.
Maybe
it's not like it's not dark and scary like Counter-Strike. With realism.
That's coming your way.
So I'd like to avoid these giant arrows and take care of.
Can you tell us a bit about the faction that we're fighting right here? Do we know about it yet, or would you also like players to figure it out themselves?
Oh, these soldiers are Mesmer's soldiers. Mesmer's, you know, the main antagonist that we have seen in the trailers so far. So this is this army, and these are the
Yeah,
the
you made quick
soldiers.
work of them
Yeah.
with that sword. I'm still really mesmerized by the moveset of that sword. Super interesting. Yeah.
Dex
It's
wins
true.
with 40% of the vote.
We'll
Let's
just try,
go.
the side of grace.
Yeah.
Elden Ring is just
Now,
Breath of the
one fun
Wild for
thing that happens
babies.
when you
Yeah,
play at
you
night is
can't
that
even
enemies detect you
you can't even build in Elden Ring.
distance,
So
right?
clearly
Is that something that
Zelda
you're playing into with
clears
this stealth?
a more
No,
adult
no,
game.
But I know that there's an enemy over there that I want to attack.
Let's see. Oh. Oh goodness. That seems like a huge knight with a huge mace.
Yes.
You're in a bit of a tight spot here.
Come on, buddy.
You're gonna have enemies on your back as well, if I remember correctly. Watch out. Oh, you never rested, so they didn't come back to life, I see.
He said, "Come on, Daddy. Come on, baby."
Nice.
Oh, he ate that. Flask cheese. Imagine flasking.
Not a fair fight. Not a fair. I'm gonna let you focus.
Oh!
Is it all catching you here? Oh, you can trade some hits there.
Greedy. Greedy.
This enemy really mixes a bit of everything from everything else. That is a Radagon looking attack.
Yeah.
You saw him use a slam on the shield.
Greedy,
It's
he's
very
gonna die.
reminiscent of
Oh,
the Three
dude, oh my
Sentinels.
God.
I've also seen movesets that even remind me of other games. It is, in the previous series, of course. It's actually quite interesting.
Yeah, this guy's fucking done. He's donezo.
Right. So
Okay,
with
this
the
blade is
Milady's
sick, by the way.
Special stance, we have a light attack,
Yeah.
which is what you just did, and the leaping thrusting attack, which you used earlier. It's actually really wonderful.
Exactly. Okay, so we'll go somewhere else now. I won't take, the old camp.
Okay.
And maybe changed the weapon.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that a pair of scimitars that are reverse gripped?
Yes, so that's the backhand blade.
Oh, that's interesting. We did see maybe this somewhere, but I did not realize that this is how they're used. Oh, that's fascinating.
So yeah, the Ash of War. Is
Blind spot.
Blind spot, exactly.
May we see it if we have an opening? Oh, that's what it does. Okay, it's quite literal. That is very unlike any other navigation that we've had before.
Yeah,
Normally you go behind, forward, but never sidestep behind an enemy quite like that. That is quite unique, and it's following a bit the trend of weapons bringing something new. We know that there are 8 new types of weapons.
Yes, exactly.
And the actual number of weapons is much higher, not to speak of the boss weapons that we're definitely not going to see, because that steps into spoiler territory. Wait a minute. Oh my god!
Oh.
Now that is a disciple of the Crucible Knights and Godfrey. He hits you with a really mean stomp attack and then did a charge axe. I think that caught us a bit by surprise. Was that scripted?
No.
We're not far.
I was not expected to die.
That was actually really nasty. And keep in mind, you've already made yourself a bit stronger with that fragment earlier, right?
Yeah.
The Scarlet Tree fragment. So this could have hit even harder. Players
Not
will
a
definitely
strength build,
need
big
to come
L.
prepared. Do not come to the DLC unprepared.
The movement is sick, but he's eating that
Attacking
shit, bro.
the smaller
What the
enemy, getting rid of
fuck?
them. It's typically a good idea. That looks like such a killer move. All right, rematch.
Rematch, yeah.
Yeah, are we gonna see this often where enemies, even normal enemies, do moves that are basically on boss level?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Especially for this one.
Yeah, I mean, you killed him so quickly, you barely gave him a chance to stand, but earlier he showed you some real moves. Meanwhile, this crossbows guy is
if you're
seems a bit
caught by surprise, it can be, like this.
Oh, he switched weapons.
God damn.
They're deadly.
So I really wonder what exactly these
It'd be pretty
soldiers
funny if he
seeing
just
Mesmer,
got
how
caught
he and
here,
your devotion.
and then
It's-
he
I know
couldn't
it's not
keep
related to what
going,
we're
and he
seeing
just
right
kept
now,
dying over and
but
over
I
again,
can't
and
wait
got
to read all
progressively
the item
angrier,
descriptions that we're definitely gonna
which
be
is the
giving
most like
in
From
this small
Software
segment, right?
experience.
So let me try another.
Ooh, this is a very reminiscent type of ultra greatsword. Am I right?
It's the Knight.
It's a colossal sword. Yeah. Wow. Well, let's see it in action. It also has a flame spear, Ash of War.
Yes.
What
Is it a unique
the
type as well?
fuck?
Let me just take out this.
Oh, what the fuck? How did that
looks
miss?
Very fast for a weapon of this type. So it seems almost like.
Bro,
a
look at how much
hyper-
stamina
nice, you
it's
broke its stance. You
eating,
can now
bro.
riposte. Huge.
Oh! Unplayable? What?
A gathering over there.
Oh yeah. Oh dear, what is that? It's very common in Elden Ring to see factions be alive
So
and
this is
fighting over each other.
Yeah, this is exactly the case here. So we have Mesmer soldiers fighting ogres or
dear.
orcs or whatever it is. But I can take it to my advantage.
I mean, to be fair, I think the Mesmer soldier was a bit outnumbered there, so you might have been on the wrong side. You might have wanted to let him help you a bit. Oh, wow!
Oh,
that
dude, they
actually
can
has
take
much
some
longer range.
fucking
Does it get
damage.
charged, perhaps?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Jesus Christ.
And just to be clear, these are common weapons that we will find throughout the DLC. They're not boss weapons. We still have some aces up our sleeves. Is that right?
That's regular weapons, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, the jumping R2s do so much stance damage.
Yeah.
There you go. You made quick work of them. Nice job.
And I recover my flasks.
Three
Nice.
sword swings kills them. Seems legit.
Oh, do we grab this
Bro,
item?
that's a plus 25 great sword. What do you mean? Look at his fucking health bar.
But you definitely will want to pick it up because many of the new weapons you will get, you will need to upgrade really quickly.
It's a plus 25 weapon, bro. Of
We have
course,
another
three
Yeah,
fucking
another
swings
fight
kill
going on,
them.
so-
That long range hit kind of sucks, though. Even from behind, it was like 250 damage. Jesus Christ.
Nice, he dropped some kind of item. Maybe a piece of his armor. Oh, no. I was wondering if you could hit multiple of them with that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Two for the cost of one.
Is there an area in this DLC that you could recommend new players to perhaps avoid? Like, we know in previous games in the series, some areas are maybe accessible at the start, but might be a bad idea to go to them a bit early. Is there something like that in this game, or can you generally do no wrong?
Well,
Oof.
you
Oh, he's gonna die.
You have multiple paths.
Oh, he's dead.
From the beginning of the DLC. So yeah, you can pick the wrong path, not the wrong path, but the more difficult path. But you will see it. It will be obvious.
Did you say this guy sucks? Isn't he a fucking dev?
Maybe we'll need to
I
avoid
can't
this
talk
encounter.
and play. I'm not a streamer.
I'm so sorry. I might
just the
have
producer.
made this a bit, and you know, I'm gonna put a bit of undue pressure on you.
No.
He says, I cannot
Now,
talk
one
and
thing that I
play.
think is
I am
important
not a
to acknowledge in
streamer.
Elden Ring, the game very much after the start tells you here is a golden horse knight that is basically impossible for you to kill. This will teach you the lesson that not everything that you see needs to be immediately tackled, and that sometimes you need to build yourself up a little bit.
No, he's a
before you're ready
Bamco
for some of
rep.
these challenges.
Bamco.
So I imagine the DLC might have the same philosophy, and players
Bando.
should be encouraged to explore different areas, try different approaches. Come back a bit later when you're a bit stronger.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we're definitely prepared for this one, but I promise you, I will let you focus this time.
No, but that's okay. We're almost at the end of this segment, so
Okay.
I will just show you the end of the segment. That just like a kind of a teaser.
Okay.
Now you know, Chad, that shit ain't easy. Fucking playing and talking
So
at the
that's the
same
fighting.
time.
Mm-hmm.
We leave them. So as usual, you have some clues here and then, and here it's the flames. So you think, oh.
That's why it's the hardest
it really pays
job,
off
dude.
to look at every corner, and anything that looks a bit suspicious probably requires your attention. And this seems to be.
We can see that there's an entry and a site of grace. So what is it? Oh,
ruin.
Streaming is the hardest
lava
job.
Intake. A lava intake. Labor. Intake. Oh, wow.
So this is what player will discover next week.
Okay.
And
June 21st. Is anyone out there not already marking their calendars for this release? I think all of us are. Thank you so much, Vortwan. We will see a little bit more.
Yeah, a little bit.
Is that right?
More.
After a super tiny break. So can you tell us what is coming next as soon as we can get it on in front of your eyes?
Hardest job take of my offshore oil rig money and my 401k in retirement. I want you to have more. Thank you.
So I will face the divine beast dancing lion. So you saw it.
Yeah, it's in the trailer.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, my co-commentator Dino and I, we had the theory that might not be an actual beast. It looked almost like a puppet.
It looked like a Chinese,
dragon.
Dragon, yeah.
That's right.
Exactly.
Is that something that we're gonna get a bit intimately? Can you tell us any details of this enemy, or is it better if we go blind?
It's better if you go blind, but you will see anyway during the fight.
And as it is tradition now for many years, most bosses have multiple faces. We're not gonna get to see all of that. It's just gonna be a bit of an appetizer, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And following this, we will throw it back to the content creators sitting over there on the set, and they will delve into a particular area of the DLC that's just very contained.
Yeah.
Is it the Poison Swamp?
No, it's not.
Thank God. They could not take it after all the difficult challenges that we've done today. Was it really important to add a Poison Swamp to this game?
Well, I think it's important for Miyazaki-san, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a tradition at this point. Yeah. And at one point, we went from hating them to expecting them to probably being upset if they weren't there. So I'm glad to hear about that. Is there a particular reason of why we chose the area that they're going to go to? Do we need to look out for something?
Yeah, because it has a different and a new atmosphere. So you will see this in a short while. But it's I can't tell too much. Yeah. I want the creator to showcase.
Okay, yeah, we will be reacting to that blindly as well. That's going to be wonderful. So we just saw a reminder that you will need to beat Radan and Moog, Lord of Blood, if you want to access the DLC. You still have a week, plenty of time.
Yeah.
Time to get to work if you haven't done that. I know many of us have started new playthroughs. We're now about to see the boss that you told us about. Yeah. So our producers are going to get this gameplay in front of us. And it seems you're using the same weapon,
like From Software in the past didn't really do a lot of like public facing shit. This is Elden Ring has like definitely made them significantly more mainstream. And I think it was their first foray into like genuinely marketing this stuff, because before Elden Ring, previous From Software games simply just relied on the existing fan base and the existing fan base growing organically. So for people being like, oh, they sent like Kai wait, hold on, let's watch.
Keepers, and perched within, we beg of thee, rise.
Kai saved their company. I can't tell if people are being sarcastic and memeing or if they're being serious.
Dance and kavod.
I hope people are memeing.
Cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tongue. Cleanse away the strumpet's fire.
No, I know the fan base before Elden Ring was in the millions. I was in the fan base before Elden Ring. Oh God.
What a stare.
Yeah, meet the dancing lion.
Oh my, he's gonna get cooked.
Oh, we're summoning kelp.
This man is cooked, bro.
Oh, that is
There's
the enemy that we saw prior.
Yeah.
You have recruited him.
What?
Oh,
the
nice jump. Does this inflict some kind of status effect? Or is
no,
it just damage?
Yeah, just damage for now.
Oh, wow. Very clean jump. This might be an opening to do some damage. Oh, but you are very, very low on HP.
Oh, he's dead.
That was dangerous.
Oh
give
my
it another
god,
try.
I'd be so
No
mad.
worries.
I'd be so mad if this motherfucker was chirping next to me in my ear. Oh my god, it's literally like having a chatter. It's literally like having a fucking chatter in your ear.
He
Oh
played
my
against
god.
Big dude with armor and
I'm getting
weapon,
mad for
and their
him.
move is so predictable. It's easy to parry.
I'm getting mad for him, and it's his job. Like his job is to literally chirp. It's such a bad situation. Oh no. He's gonna eat it again. Oh. Okay, better moves this time. Better dodges. He's done no damage so far. Oh my god.
So the thing is, with this boss, you have his head, and then you have the bottom, the tail. But in between, you don't have anything. So if you hit there, there won't be any hitbox.
Do you think it's an idea to hit the head? Does it take more damage there, like some other bosses before?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, that was a really nasty tail hit. Oh, that's a big grab. Oh no!
I'm dead.
Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah,
Shut
it was
up.
telegraphed, but it came so delayed that it's so easy to misjudge.
Oh god,
This
I'm
is the
getting
type
mad.
of challenge that it's gonna give us. Oh dear.
I'm getting mad for him.
One more try.
One more attempt. One more attempt. We'd like to reach the halfway point, perhaps, or a bit less at least.
Oh my god.
See if we can put a dent in this really tough fight. But if we cannot, hey, that's fine.
Oh!
Gotcha. Oh, the power walk. Nice job. You need to intimidate the boss.
I need to avoid his grab attack.
Oh, that is a nasty stream of gas. Nice. Good job. Oh, the stance is broken. Perhaps you can repost it? Yeah, I see what you mean. The boss is really disconnected in two halves, huh?
Yeah.
All right, our summon's doing God's work here. Oh, can we repost that perhaps? Nice.
Yes.
That's the halfway point.
Yes. And that will be.
Oh, what is it doing?
Oh yeah.
Oh no! Oh, you're so cooked.
Oh no,
You're
you've
so
pissed it
cooked.
off.
Oh my god. Oh, that's so annoying.
That did not feel particularly fair, but
oh, that's so
I think
annoying.
this is about what we wanted to showcase. Is that right, Voltron?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro.
Well, I know it is very difficult to perform live. It's very difficult
That's
to perform
not my
well
job.
in general. We know and we appreciate that. We also appreciate you answering my questions, Jeannie's questions earlier, and everything else.
It's fantastic. So yeah.
How happy are you to finally be this close to delivering this to millions of players?
I mean, it's been an incredible journey since the release of the base game. So see so many players coming to the Souls genre.
25 million
and
Elden Ring players.
And so many different ways to play, as I said earlier. So it's an amazing thing, and we are really eager to see in 5-6 days now how the audience, how the community of players will react to this expansion. So,
I have no doubt that this expansion is going to give us memories for years to come.
That's sick. Okay. Fun little start to the fucking Saturday fun day with a little bit of Elden Ring. Before Kai, no one knew about Elden Ring. I know it was not definitely like one of the most award-winning games of the year with millions of people in the player base. Brother, can you do multiplayer events with the community once you beat DLC, perhaps? Yes, I did that last time. And I will most likely do it again this time because I enjoy it, especially because like people talk so much shit. And it's so much fun to just be like, okay, let's do it then. Let's get it, bro. Let's fucking get it. Oh, God. Hold on. I'm going to do something here. 1 second. Italy versus Albania, UEFA. Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm going to be honest with you. My tummy hurts. I don't know why. How would you feel if one day Kai had Miyazaki and Kojima on stream? It'd be great. Good for him. I mean, I'd be jealous, but listen, I know I can't do those things, okay? Yeah. I think chatters forget that there were a lot of chatters talking shit. There were a lot of chatters talking shit in here when I was doing this exact same thing when I was playing Elden Ring, and there were hella chatters talking shit, and then I cooked them like 37 in a row. It was awesome. What the fuck is this? Oh my God! Here's a TPUSA.
Water could make a statement. What if it could symbolize your commitment to values like freedom, individuality, and self-reliance? Freedom 2.0 water isn't just about what's inside the bottle. It's about the message it sends with every...
That's right, folks. They done made the water woke. So thank God. Dude, this is what I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for this shit. I've been like, when will they make water that's not woke? They did it.
Labels like, this water isn't free, but your speech is. It's not just refreshing. It's rebellious, and it's unapologetic to drink this in public. Can you freaking believe it? But that's where we are. It's a reminder that even the most ordinary acts, like taking a sip of water, can be infused with meaning and purpose. By choosing to drink Freedom 2.0, you're not just choosing a brand. You're choosing to stand up for what you believe in. Try Freedom 2.0 and tag me in your Instagram story for a repost. Hold on, drink break.
That was the weirdest way to drink water. Yo, I swear to God, these people are aliens. What the fuck was that, dude? What the absolute fuck was that? How is this different than any lib shit, Lamau? It's not. It is lib shit. This branding got to work on the dumbest people. Yes. No, it absolutely is for the dumbest people. Remember those two JP YouTubers whose content was harassing women? Both of their channels were terminated recently. That's great. That's a big W for Japan. This is why I always say everyone is a fucking liberal at the end of the day. Because they are. This is just grift shit.
For a repost, hold on, drink break.
There's something wrong with this person though. Like actually, she drank that like it's poison. She drank that like I drink water when I just want to have Mountain Dew, and I'm like, ew, this is not Mountain Dew. This is just straight water. I'm gonna hit that shit raw. Yeah, drank it like it's Obama at Flint, Michigan. What the fuck is that?
Hold on, drink break.
Ew.
The pressure to conform to political correctness has undeniably suppressed genuine debate, and it's time we...
Bro, 24 views? Oh my God. Oh my God. They're really cooking with this Freedom 2.0 shit, I think.
Put a stop to it. Enter Freedom 2.0. I love this. Listen to this. It's a bottled water company, an unapologetic one that proudly supports the freedom to speak, to think, and to listen. We can't afford to remain silent anymore. It's crucial to make our support for the First Amendment crystal clear. And one impactful way to do so is by choosing products from companies that share our values. Visit freedom20.com and use the code MK for a 15% discount when you get there, to stand with me and millions of other Americans in celebrating the right to free speech. Remember, freedom is not inherited. It's something we must actively fight for. So raise your voice, grab your bottle of Freedom 2.0 and make a statement. Cheers to Freedom 2.0. That's Freedom 2.0, like the letter O, not Freedom 2.0 when you're typing it in. And champion the power of free speech.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Is this the same guy that owns Nut Milk? I have no idea. This is a fucking cyberpunk product. We are living in cyberpunk world. Okay, we got a couple videos on the docket. We got the Vindication Australia's worst female serial killer, but I do want to start out with how a CIA base
Smith
works.
is sitting on a Lufthansa machine bound to Frankfurt, Germany. Jane Smith is sitting on a Lufthansa machine bound to Frankfurt, Germany. She empties her second glass of red wine and fastens her seatbelt because the plane is about to land. When Jane exits the aircraft, she goes straight to customs. She shows the officer her American passport. It's black. "Why are you here?" the officer asks. "Supporting technical consultations at the consulate," Jane responds. The officer stamps her passport and she passes through. Jane grabs some euros from an ATM, takes a cab to a nearby hotel, and checks in. You see, Jane lied a little just now during the customs check. She is not working for a consulate, and despite her passport, she is no diplomat. Jane is a CIA agent, a hacker. She is visiting a covert base.
Okay, to be fair, which diplomat isn't? You know what I mean?
Base of her agency, secretly set up within the American consulate in Frankfurt. But this base, in the heart of Europe, is just one of a giant network spanning all across the globe. What are their...
This is why I always use the term State Department employee rather than just simply CIA. It's interchangeable colloquially, but...
functions, and how do these bases operate on foreign territory?
CIA's global hacking program. Spy stations, Methoden der CIA.
What are the Americans doing here?
This video has Boy Boy in it multiple times. Let's go!
Jane enters the hotel room and drops off her bags. She was prepared for this trip.
By the way, Alex and Alexa are going to be here soon, as a matter of fact. In a couple of weeks. The Aussies are back.
She's been given instructions on how to get around in Frankfurt. Stores are closed on Sunday, gas stations are not a good place for fine dining, stuff like that. We all know this thanks to the extensive leaks called Vault 7 from a few years back. Generally, this video largely relies on leaked information and statements of retired agents. It was a 9-hour flight from Washington, D.C. to Frankfurt. Jane is pretty exhausted and takes a shower. She is very careful not to leave anything that could identify her unattended. She takes her phone and laptop with her to the bathroom. Freshly dressed, Jane takes the U5 subway towards Poingesheim. She gets off at Gießener Straße, just a few hundred meters north from the consulate. Frankfurt hosts the largest U.S. consulate in the world. Officially, it is serving American residents in the region, but in truth, it is doing much more than that.
Oh yeah.
At the main gate, Jane shows her black passport and is handed a yellow visitor's badge. She follows the signs to the employee entrance alongside the consulate building on the left. Jane holds up her yellow badge at the door and is buzzed into the building by a guard. Inside the building, Jane walks through a number of corridors and through a large heavy door to Post 1. A U.S. Marine is waiting behind a glass window. Jane gives her the yellow badge and she gets a blue one instead. Jane can finally enter her new office and get to work. She calls her person of contact and gets to know the other agents at the station. In 2013, news broke that the US spied on then German Chancellor Angela Merkel's private phone for over 10 years.
The NSA may have been spying on Chancellor Angela Merkel.
A spokesman for the German leader described the idea as totally unacceptable.
The operation was run by the so-called Special Collection Service, a spy unit of the NSA and CIA. Officially, it does not exist. Unofficially, it is running spy operations from almost 100 US embassies all across the world, including Frankfurt. But Jane works for another unit here. She works for the European branch of the Center for Cyber Intelligence.
And these people are mostly Ivy grads? Yes. If you go to Yale, if you go to Harvard, you're going to get scouted, and this is what you're going to end up doing.
The CIA's hacking division. Jane and others are developing cyber weapons. There are over 1,000 hacking systems and several hundred million lines of code in the CIA's arsenal. Some of these hacking tools are extremely powerful. The CIA could turn devices from Apple, Google, Samsung, and many others into secret microphones. There are tools that bypass encryption from messengers like WhatsApp, Signal, or Telegram, allowing the agency to collect text and voice messages. But there are also attack systems like fine dining, which only work from up close. This is where Frankfurt's strategic location comes into play. The Schengen Agreement allows Jane to travel from Frankfurt to almost any European country without border control. If Jane wanted to penetrate high-security targets that are not connected to the internet, she could simply take a train, stick a USB drive loaded with malware into a target PC, and be back in Frankfurt by supper. Jane is a very talented hacker. If one day she decided to leave the CIA, she could have a very promising career as a cybersecurity expert. All she'd have to do is build a portfolio and launch her own website. Unfortunately, Jane is not very creative when it comes to designing. Luckily, she doesn't have to be. There is a fast, easy, and intuitive way to build a website with our sponsor, Odoo.
Oh my
God! Odoo is an all-in-one management.
Oh my God, that's a fucking banger segue. I have to recognize that. I literally thought it was a part of the content. That's crazy. I'm done. I'm done. I'm throwing the fucking towel. That was an insane segue, bro. That's okay.
Management platform that lets you build a great-looking website in minutes. Just answer a few quick questions, select a theme you like, and customize it to your needs. Simply drag and drop blocks to add images or text. If you, like Jane, are out of creative ideas, AI can help you. With Odoo's intuitive website builder, you can easily change every aspect of your site, highlight text, change the shape of your pictures, or add animations to make your website really stand out. Check out Odoo by clicking on fern.deals/Odoo to build your very own website. Your first app is free for life, with a custom domain name free for 1 year. Jane is working at the base for a time now when she gets a phone call. Her superiors need her expertise at another location. She says goodbye to her colleagues, checks out of her hotel room, and buys a single malt whiskey with her remaining euros in the duty-free shop at the airport. Jane's next destination is Australia.
Wait, what? Five Eyes! Why would she go to Australia? Wait, the CIA? You mean to tell me that the CIA operates in Australia? Wait, hold on. Or no, that makes no sense to me, mate. Or no.
Jane gets off the plane and walks to customs, and things do not go smoothly. One of the officers seems suspicious about her and selects Jane for secondary screening. But she's prepared. Agents like Jane are usually trained here, Camp Peary, or how most people in the CIA call it, the farm, a roughly 10,000-acre piece of land near Williamsburg, Virginia. It was established during World War II as a military training center. Later, it was transformed into a camp for Italian and German war prisoners. In 1951, the CIA took over and turned it into a secret spy school. Of course, not officially. In fact, the CIA has built an entire fake city. There are multiple houses and dormitories for students and staff. For training, the site has several shooting ranges.
Bring burner phones to China, keep your personal phone at home. Why? I don't give a shit. Oh no, the Chinese government is gonna fucking spy on me? What are they gonna find out? My undying loyalty to Xi Jinping? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, it would be really scary if the Chinese agencies spied on me to find out how much of a dick rider I was. Yeah, I like to keep a level playing field. Everyone can have my data. I already know the American agencies are already up my asshole, so might as well give in to the fucking Chinese ones. Fuck it, I'll get a Huawei phone myself and personally speak sweet nothings about Xi Jinping into it. Okay, by the end of the trip, I'm gonna have maxed out social credit. Okay, they're gonna open up a new tier. They're gonna be like, dude, this Hasan guy, he's got platinum tier social credit. He can now take the high speed train for free. Okay, you know how like if you get a low enough social credit, you can't get on the high speed trains. Mine is gonna be so goddamn high. I will have a new tier. Yeah, I'm gonna be grinding that shit like a fucking gold farmer on WoW.
Boathouses at the river, driving courses, and an airfield. Students learn everything they need to know about life as a secret agent in the field, from basic weapons trainings all the way to the handling of explosives, how to evade pursuers, and field surveillance. Students practice how to infiltrate a border that is tightly guarded by watchtowers and police dogs. Enemy capture is simulated by kidnapping students from their dorm and interrogating them. There's even a mock prison where students learn how to deal with solitary confinement.
Not gonna lie, this is kind of cool. Like, I mean, obviously it sucks, and I know why they're doing it, and it's dog shit. But like, it would be kind of cool to be trained like that. I feel like, I don't know.
If training needs to be even more hardcore, students are brought to Harvey Point, just a few hours south of the farm. This is the place where, among other things, the operation to kill Osama bin Laden was planned and trained.
Okay, well, that was a big L. So I'm not gonna lie. Maybe that shit didn't take. Okay, this is where they trained the Osama bin Laden mission, Delta Force. That's why there's 11 downed Black Hawks in the region. This is where they train the inevitable Black Hawk crash, like so you're ready for it when it happens, because it's gonna happen. There's just no way that it's not going to happen. You get in a fucking Black Hawk, it's going to go down, famously. Sick paintball team, though.
Jane stands in front of a customs officer at the Australian airport. She remembers how to survive secondary screening. According to a CIA training manual...
What do you mean, survive secondary screening? Bitch, I get secondary screening every time. I'm still alive. What are we talking about? Like, okay, no disrespect to Fern, but I don't think it's like a... I guess if you're a white woman, it hits different. You're like, what? You're treating me like a Muslim.
The two most common questions in this situation are, why are you here? And where are you staying? Jane learned how to maintain her cover, no matter what. When asked, Jane gives a quick and concise answer. No pause and no delaying sounds between questions and response, just as the manual says. She knows that any unnecessary information or overly specific answers might lengthen the interview, so she keeps it short and simple. She tries to stay calm. No swallowing, no lip biting, nothing that can make her seem nervous. And it works. After a few minutes, the officer hands Jane her passport, and she's free to enter the country. Jane is sitting with her colleagues in a casino in Alice Springs. A small...
I was about to say, wait, this is literally where the Boy and I did the thing went. But it is pretty funny that, like, of course, the Australia mention is going to come with a casino. That's all they fucking do out there, bro.
Right in the heart of the Australian outback. There are a lot of Americans all around her, which is not unusual. Most of them work at Pine Gap, a nearby military base run by the Australian and US government. Jane and others are playing a weird American dice game called Craps when a group of Australian YouTubers join them. Together they drink, they laugh, and maybe talk a bit too much about their work.
What's it like living here?
No! No!
The Americans in this casino are no ordinary soldiers, and Pine Gap is not your usual military base. Pine Gap is a top-secret spy facility.
Wait, did this happen? Wait, that, like, this is a, like, they actually linked up with Jane? Like, what the fuck's going on? I'm a little confused. They are mentioned in the start, but I didn't wait. No, right? Jane's not a real person, right? I assume this is like. Is Jane a real person? Keep watching it, please.
Roughly 1,000 people work at the so-called Joint Defence Facility, which is a quite misleading name, in fact. In its early years, Australians only worked as cooks, painters, or janitors, while today almost half the staff is Australian and the other half American. In reality, the CIA and the NSA call the shots here. While Pine Gap was originally used as a defensive site to keep track of Soviet nuclear missiles during the Cold War, US intelligence quickly realized how useful this base could truly be. Today, it is the US's most important intelligence collection station in the world. There are 38 radar dishes all across the base. Many of them are enclosed in random, huge golf ball-like structures. They are built to hide and protect the antennas inside them. Most of these antennas communicate with US spy satellites, like Orion 3, 5, 7, and 9. These spy satellites are geosynchronous. They move in orbit with exactly the same speed as the Earth's rotation. This way the CIA can intercept almost all wireless communication from Europe, Africa, and Asia, 24/7. The immensely powerful NSA spy programs, Echelon and X-Keyscore, that Edward Snowden made public in 2013, are also operated from Pine Gap. These programs are used to systematically collect everything, from online chats to phone calls and mails. At the heart of the base sits the operations building. On a total of around 20,000 square meters, roughly the size of a small IKEA, the CIA, NSA, and other agencies analyze all incoming intelligence data. Pine Gap played a vital role in America's war on terror. It provided real-time data for soldiers on the battlefield in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it was used to locate targets for US drone strikes, during which hundreds of civilians were killed. A very recent report indicates that Pine Gap intelligence may have assisted Israeli forces to attack targets in Gaza. For that reason, a group of protesters tried to block the entrance to Pine Gap at the end of last year. Pine Gap has been criticized by many different groups before. Some people have even managed to enter the facility. More recently, these Australian YouTubers, for example. Be sure to check out their video. It inspired us to make this video in the first place.
Should I be more hyped?
Did you hear that? It sounded like bombs going off.
No.
Jane has seen places few people in the world have ever been to. Covert hacking bases in the heart of Europe, training facilities in the US, and spy stations in Australia. She knows many of the CIA's secrets, like the fact that in 2000, an American soldier from Pine Gap reportedly started a secret swingers club in Alice Spring, which held wild sex parties. But there are places that not even Jane will ever have access to.
Ooh, black sites.
On September 6, 2006.
By the way, you want to know something crazy about the boomerang? Like the boomerang of violence? What? The boomerang of fascism and violence, that inevitably the stuff that you do overseas, it loops back around to obviously like the domestic, the imperial boomerang, like the imperialism that you engage in and the activities that you engage in overseas. So like, you know, the countrymen of other nations inevitably comes back and loops around and is tested on American citizens as well. No, not blowback. Imperial boomerang is a little different than blowback. That boomerang is basically best exhibited with the invention of LRADs. LRADs are long-range acoustic devices originally used in, I believe, 2003 in Iraq, first deployed against like civil disobedience happening in Iraq against Iraqi civilians, which are now deployed by American police departments regularly against American domestic civil disobedience. That literally, like, first you invent a new type of weapon, you use it on like Iraqi people, and you're like, oh yeah, they're not real people, who gives a shit, right? And then you use it on your own. Like in a couple of years, you inevitably loop back around and and use it on your own citizens, right? You use the war zones like as a testing ground. So basically, the black site situation is identical as well. The black site situation is identical. First applied in the War on Terror, also utilized in Chicago by the Chicago Police Department under the watchful eye of Rahm Emanuel. So something to remember.
President George Bush admitted what many people had already suspected.
So I'm announcing today that Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Abu Zubaydah, Ramzi bin al-Shibh, and 11 other terrorists in CIA custody have been transferred to the United States Naval Base at Guantanamo Bay.
In this speech, Bush acknowledged that the CIA was running a network of secret prisons all across the world, so-called black sites. The most well-known CIA prison is Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. The prison was built for international terrorist suspects. Just 4 months after the attacks on 9/11, the first 20 people arrived. But Guantanamo is no regular prison. In most cases, there are no official charges, no trials, and no formal convictions.
What the fuck is this CGI? What do you want? They're not using AI. Like, I'm happy that they're using CGI. Don't complain.
A total of 800 people were brought here. Some have been exposed to enhanced interrogation techniques, most commonly known as torture.
Yeah.
Often, the CIA did not have clear evidence on their inmates. The exact number and locations of black sites are still unknown. Some were run by foreign secret services. At least 10 of these prisons were built and operated by the CIA. Over 50 governments participated in some way. If the CIA suspected someone of being a terrorist, they sometimes became part of the agency's extraordinary rendition program, or simply kidnapping. The suspect was illegally shackled, blindfolded, and transported via plane to one of the CIA's black sites. Some of these prisons were allegedly planned from the CIA base in Frankfurt, while the farm was allegedly involved in rendition flights. One of the most important prisons of the CIA was here, on a Polish military base near the small village of Stare Gikute. Inside this 2-story villa, the CIA built one of its very first prisons after 9/11, codenamed Quartz. The CIA tortured multiple suspects here. As compensation for using the place, the CIA paid at least $15 million and outfitted the base with $300,000 worth of security cameras. After many years of denial, in 2014, the Polish government finally admitted that it hosted the secret CIA prison. Since then, the European Court of Human Rights has found multiple European countries responsible for letting the CIA violate several human rights in prisons on their territory.
I like that normally black sites are like in operation in places like Egypt and stuff, but then you also have one in the fucking middle of Europe in Poland because they just don't know what's going on. They're like, what? The Americans, they wanted to build the house we like. You know, same shit. Leftist, aka post-communist prime minister and president agreed to do this? Okay, bro. Them and their one computer? Yeah, what are they gonna do, bro? They can't do shit. They bribed him with light bulbs? Okay. Listen, you guys are being way too aggressive to all the Polish, especially when at the top of the hour, they don't even see the ad breaks, okay? You, on the other hand, will see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. The entire nation's on the one computer, okay? They're sitting around, they're chilling, big time. They won't see the ads. You will, though, unless you subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
In 2009, President Obama ordered for all black sites to be closed, but to this day, Guantanamo Bay still holds roughly 30 inmates.
That's crazy. This channel is great, man. They make banger videos, dude. The worst prison in America. I kind of want to watch more of their shit.
This is the biggest prison in the world, designed to hold up to 40,000 inmates. It's a brand new high-security fortress The inmates are under constant observation, inside and outside. Up to 100 prisoners live in cramped up cells, with no privacy. There's no going out, no fresh air, and no visits. This prison is located in El Salvador. For decades, the country has been terrorized by so-called
Do not read the comments. Worst mistake of my life. Everybody writing Bukele. Yeah, they fucking love dude, YouTube commenters love Bukele. Oh my lord. Many in this comment section are upset by us bringing the Norwegian prison system into the discussion of CCOT. We cut that part from the video. We definitely did not manage to bring our point across here and failed to mention that important context. We are not comparing the economic and social situations in Norway. No, they made them fucking delete a part of the video. That's so crazy. Its crime was low even before it started these policies, but El Salvador literally had enough gangsters to make armies. Norway is rich. It only has to accommodate like a few thousand prisoners at most. Bukele's base, though, no more crime. Aw, that sucks. I think it's perfectly valid to literally look at a country like El Salvador and look at a country like Norway and be like, this is their rehabilitative focus when it comes to their criminal justice. This is the most punitive criminal justice, like tackling of criminal justice that is around the planet.
Maras, competing street gangs. It was notoriously one of the world's most dangerous places. Its murder rate has long been the highest on the globe. Then, its people elected a new president. Nayib Bukele went to war against the country's gangs. His government imprisoned 2% of the country's adult population. Many here, never to see their families again, never to be released back into society. El Salvador is much safer now, in some ways. Bukele is immensely popular as a result, but up to 1 in 3 prisoners is said to be innocent, and El Salvador might have accidentally sacrificed its democracy in its fight against the Maras. This is Juan, a fictional character we base on real reports and material from the mega prison. He is 15 years old, tattooed, his parents are very poor and abandoned him when he was 9. Then he joined the Barrio 18, a major Mara gang. Now Juan is on a prisoner transport to the southeast with other suspected gang members. Three years earlier, Nayib Bukele became president of El Salvador. He's much younger than your average politician. He knows how to use social media and quickly rose to power. Fighting the Maras dominated his political career. The gangs have their origins in US cities like Los Angeles. After the young migrants were deported in the early 90s, they took control of the streets back in Central America. They've been terrorizing El Salvador for decades. Extortion, arms trafficking, and drug dealing. Maras rule entire communities and districts. They often recruit orphans and leave children in poverty with no choice. Join or die. During gang wars, innocent bystanders are often caught between the fronts on the street. The Maras have attacked and set fire to buses on several occasions, even with innocent civilians inside them. In 2015, 18 people were murdered every day. El Salvador has a population of over just 6 million, which equated to over 100 murders per 100,000 inhabitants. A sad global record. As mayor of the capital, San Salvador, Bukele used mild means to fight this violence. Youth centers, streetlights, infrastructure, and education helped. Many voters like that. Now as president, he's changing his strategy.
Oh yeah.
He wants to rule with an iron fist. At the beginning of his first term in
fake leftist, bro. Fake leftist all around, okay?
office, the murder rate in El Salvador actually falls. But it also fell before that, and there are considerable doubts as to whether this was really due to his security politics. Also, Bukele is said to cooperate with the gangs. The Maras are supposed to keep a low profile and reduce the murder rate. In exchange, Bukele promises benefits for imprisoned gang members. The gangs seem to have agreed and the violence decreases. Bukele denies any such deal has been made. Either way, in 2021, the population rewards Bukele and his party with a majority in parliament, and with more power. On the 22nd of March, 2022, the government under Bukele declares a state of emergency. The reason is a wave of murders by the Maras. 10 days earlier, over 60 people fell victim to the brutal gangs in a single day. It seems like they stepped down from the supposed deal they had with Bukele. The state of emergency restricts freedom of assembly and freedom of the press. Anyone can be detained for 15 days without a warrant. The police had to meet strict arrest quotas. During the 15 days in police custody, it is decided whether somebody will remain in custody for up to 2 years as pretrial detention. Because of the 15 days of custody and thousands of arrested people, mass trials often decide on this pretrial detention.
This system is so
Judges
insane.
decide the fate of up to 900 people at a time. Sometimes the judges are masked and remain anonymous. Anyone who ends up in pretrial detention usually spends more than a year in prison. The country's prisons became completely overcrowded. Some host 3 times the amount of prisoners they were built for. The conditions are brutal. Guards torture and most likely sometimes kill inmates. In the first year of the state of emergency alone, there are over 150 deaths in the prisons. Dead bodies are reportedly disposed of in mass graves, relatives not informed of the deaths. We aim to make tough subjects such as this one accessible through animation. That wouldn't be possible without our sponsors, like the truly amazing platform, Odoo, an all-in-one management platform. With Odoo, you can create your own website for free, whether you're an established business owner or just starting out. Odoo is with you every step of the way. You don't need any skills in programming. Honestly, you can be a complete noob. Odoo's website builder makes it a breeze. Just visit odoo.com and answer some questions. What kind of website do you want? Which colors do you prefer? And what's your favorite design style? Odoo will do its magic. Then you can make little tweaks to your liking, change headlines, replace images. If you need more space for text, you can just drag big boxes where you want them, and ta-da. You'll be online in no time, and Odoo gives you a free custom domain for 1 year on top. If you want to go deeper, Odoo offers a range of other powerful applications to optimize your business. Check out Odoo now by visiting fern.deals/Odoo and start building your own website for free today. To free up the regular prisons and to house convicted gang members, this new mega prison is built in 2023. Gang members have officially been classified as terrorists since 2015. Accordingly, the prison is called Center for the Confinement of Terrorism, or CECOT for short. Kwan arrives there now. After a good hour, the bus reaches a massive complex, surrounded by a 2-kilometer long and 11-meter high wall. It is supposed to be able to withstand car bombs. Hundreds of soldiers from the surrounding barracks can be called up to CECOT within minutes. After the gate opens, Juan drives past high fences, watchtowers, and huge halls. The bus comes to a halt again in front of one of them. Juan has to hand over all his possessions and get x-rayed. He is given a white t-shirt and trousers. His head gets shaved. Then Juan is taken to his cell. He shares it with around 90 other prisoners. This 4-story metal shelf is his only place to sit. He can use his towel as a pillow. He has to sleep on it at night, if he can. The light in the hall is on 24/7, and it is always bright as day. Juan quickly loses all sense of time. There are no windows. He can't look outside, let alone go outside. In contrast to many other prisons, there is simply no outdoor area for inmates. Escape is utterly impossible.
We saw the real images from that one Mexican YouTuber who was so far up Bukele's dick. It's harrowing. It's gruesome. It is straight up. It is straight up torture. Like it's shit that you see on movies and on TV series, like it's Andor.
The complex is protected by 7 security.
He filmed it, yeah. Not only did he film it, he glazed it up. He literally glazed it the fuck up. They were like, "Oh, dude, this is so sick. I can't believe you're like torturing these guys. I love that. That's awesome."
Security rings. From the cells to high electric fences, 19 watchtowers and several walls, there's gravel on the paths so that no one can move around unnoticed. Some inmates can speak to their lawyers, but only by video call. There is a special room just for that. Juan only leaves his cell to work in the workshop every day, or to take part in mandatory joint sports sessions in the middle of the hall, always under strict surveillance by security guards armed to the teeth. They watch the prisoners from every angle. There is no privacy. Juan shares 2 large wash basins and toilets with his cellmates. The gym and canteen are only for prison employees. Prisoners eat in their cells. So it's a real highlight when Mexican YouTuber Luisito Comunica comes by with his camera crew. Similarly, when Lethal Crisis gets to film there. You can find both videos in our description. They have English subtitles. Some inmates may try to send a message to the outside world while being filmed. Anyone who's caught doing that or causes disturbance is put in a solitary cell. These are concrete bunkers with a water basin, a toilet, a simple concrete bench. There is no lighting in these cells. It is pitch black. Many prisoners will spend the rest of their lives in these conditions. Prison sentences in CCOT are set to last from 20 to over 1,000 years. The inmates are cut off from the outside world, their families and friends. There are no phone calls to CCOT and no visits. Some will never see their loved ones again. Juan is expected to be released from CCOT after 15 years. That is the maximum sentence for 15-year-olds. 16 and 17-year-olds can serve up to 30 years. What plans are there for him when he gets out of prison? None. Rehabilitation is not planned. Human rights groups such as Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Cristo Sol.
It's so funny that people fucking say this, like, oh, what are we supposed to do? Give him human rights? It's like, hey, dumbass. You do realize that, like, a 15-year-old can be swept into this prison in a dragnet, and many do. And there is no real due process. They literally have, like, 200 people at a time. What was it, like 70% of the people actually don't have any serious affiliation with the gangs at all? It's crazy. Like, I get it. MS-13, narco violence, like, this is stuff that is horrific. Like, unimaginable cruelty. It's born out of unimaginable poverty for the most part. It is wild to consider that this is, like, common practice, and also people are going along with it. Notice how there's money in the bank to make the CCOT prison and the facilities and to hire the fucking armed guards, but there isn't money in the bank for regular processing, hiring public defenders, you know, any of the other due process stuff. No money to tackle the underlying reasons as to why people join fucking gangs and shit.
Criticize CCOT harshly. Experts cast doubt if the clampdown can solve the country's problems long term.
Containing people is a fairly good temporary solution. It's something that can happen fairly quickly with not a ton of money, and it's an investment to really expand rehabilitation programs and to look at preventative strategies.
Ashley Battistini is a professor at Swinburne University of Technology in Melbourne. She works primarily on new intervention strategies for high-risk populations. According to her, CCOT only treats the symptoms of violence. Sooner or later, the violence could return in the same way, or worse.
If you treat people like trash, you're really going to get trash behavior in return. People are not motivated to change when they are treated poorly and when they're not given opportunities to grow and develop. And so even though, again, it's doing what it's intended to do by containing this behavior, pulling these individuals off the streets, and you're seeing reductions in crime as a result of it, in the long term, it's really not going to be of benefit to society or to these individuals to simply contain them without any goal of changing what is keeping them in that criminal lifestyle.
But how should gang violence be combated?
It's also going to need thought around preventative strategies and policy changes that, again, are causing people to go down this pathway in the first place. So, it's worth taking a look at what's going on in communities, with the economy. What is it that is driving people to enter these gangs and to keep these gangs so active and involved in the first place.
According to Socorro Jurídico Humanitario, almost 1/3 of all prisoners in El Salvador are most likely innocent. Many were imprisoned based on a mass trial in front of a masked judge after they were arrested without a warrant. The government is aware that thousands of innocent people are in prison. The government claims that 8,000 people have already been released. About twice as many innocent people are likely still detained. Police had explicit orders to make arrests, no matter who they were really arresting.
Porque hemos metido gente sin haber cometido ningún delito, sino que hay muchos casos solo por el simple hecho de ser jóvenes. Las patrullas tenían que detener cierta cantidad de gente diaria para que la suma de detenidos fuera aumentando, ¿va? Y así decir de que si no deteníamos a 20 personas, no podíamos regresar a la base. O sea, y ahí fue que ahí agarrábamos a cualquiera.
Dude, you build a fucking multi-million-dollar new prison facility, you gotta fill it up somehow. You know what I mean? You can't just like let it stay open and empty. That's a waste of resources.
Poverty is a big factor that drives people into the arms of the gangs. During Bukele's last term of office, extreme poverty in El Salvador.
I understand that Bukele's methods weren't good and these prisons are human rights abuse, but you're talking about a weak Central American economy completely compromised by gang violence. Yeah, dude, the only difference between Bukele's methods and gang violence is that Bukele is doing it and saying that they're doing it as like the government. That's it. I don't think people understand that because we have no way of like looking at police as a gang. We have no way of looking at the army as a gang, but functionally the way that they're operating is unironically the exact same. They just have more resources. Like we're talking about a mass torture prison where 1/3 of the apprehended are literally innocent, like directly innocent. The rest of it probably have loose gang affiliations and not necessarily like full-blown criminals, none of which deserves the 24/7 torture that they're experiencing regardless. A lot of people don't understand that like all Bukele has done is basically substitute that violence and took it away from like the decentralized gangs, which were incredibly violent for the record. I'm not saying they weren't. They're fucking unimaginably brutal. But like they substitute that and basically legalize it, which is even scarier because like at the end of the day, there's supposed to be some kind of salvation from the government against the gang violence. But what happens when the government becomes the gang? Nothing. You have nothing then. You have no recourse. You have literally nothing you can do. Think about it conceptually. Nabbing a 15-year-old, like regardless of their crimes, and just fucking locking them in perma jail, perma torture for 15 years. That's insane.
Salvador has doubled. At the same time, poor people were particularly affected by the wave of arrests. They are often unable to afford legal assistance. Nonetheless, many people of El Salvador view all of this as an incredible success story for Bukele. Over 70,000 arrests since the beginning of the state of emergency, opening the largest prison in the world, a historically low murder rate. According to the government, just under 500 murders in 2022 and only 154 murders in 2023. El Salvador went from...
Yeah, there's suspicion that they're also refusing to log the consistent murders as well. Like there are still murders happening and they're just not logging them. It's simply a missing person.
From one of the most violent countries in the world to one of the safest in Latin America. So Bukele was re-elected as president in February of this year by a huge margin. The Constitution did not actually allow him to be re-elected, so he had it changed. Just one of many erosions of El Salvador's democracy. Already in 2020, he had marched into parliament with armed soldiers to influence a vote. Freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and freedom of the press have been restricted for over 2 consecutive years now. While reading up on this topic, we found this quote in The Guardian. Bukele is highly undemocratic, highly abusive, and highly popular. For some, it's hard to accept that these three things can coexist. Bukele jokingly called himself the world's coolest dictator on Twitter a few years back. Doesn't seem so funny now.
It's crazy to see a Palestinian man who was originally like woke and seemingly a leftist turn into this fucking freak. A real, I don't know, what is this? Japan in the 1960s was insane.
I received this afternoon a message from the Japanese government. I deem this reply the unconditional surrender of Japan.
There's this moment after World War II where the world is suddenly changing really quickly and Japan is being completely remade. Because armed with an unconditional surrender and the atomic bomb, America could do anything to Japan. But when soldiers under General Douglas MacArthur entered Tokyo, their assignment wasn't to punish the country that had just started a war that killed 30 million people.
The fudging of the numbers reminds me of why Japan has such a high conviction rate. Prosecutors only take cases they know they can win. No, they also can legally torture you for 38 days. That's why everyone always says, if you ever get, if you're ever arrested for a crime that you didn't even commit, it is literally easier for you to say that you did commit the crime. It's better for you to just admit guilt. Yeah. You have involuntary hold for 38 days, immediately. They can use that. Even if you're a fucking tourist or an American, yes. The other side of it, though, is that if you're an American military member in Okinawa, for example, and you fucking murk an entire Japanese family because you fell asleep on the wheel when you were driving around, and you do go to Japanese prison, America will extract you. America will literally go, hey, by the way, you have to give him back to us. He's a family guy. What I'm describing to you literally happened not that long, a couple months ago.
Instead, their task was to rebuild Japan, and more importantly, to transform it into a peaceful democratic nation. And today, that's what Japan has become, a democratic country famous for its technology and innovation, and for its peacefulness. But this American transformation didn't happen overnight, and its success was far from guaranteed. There was a time when anything was possible.
Democracies, when you have the same party run by the same fucking familial lineage, dominate politics as a uniparty process in perpetuity. Have to rewrite your constitution. Notice how everybody fucking chirps about China being a one-party state. But no smoke exists for any country that is within the sphere of influence. People will be like, oh, well, there's a democracy, there's other parties out there, there's a communist party out there. It doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day.
A time when leading politicians declared friendship with communists and swore opposition to America. When massive crowds dominated the streets of Tokyo, storming parliament, attacking American officials, and chanting, "Yankee, go home." When many believed Japan was on the verge of a socialist revolution. That is until this wave of resistance hit its final crescendo. When in 1 year, 3 enormous events combined to set Japan on the path to becoming the country we know today. First, a new treaty with America. Then, the largest protest in the country's modern history. And finally, a brutal samurai sword assassination televised for the entire country to witness. But these 3 events don't just explain why Japan is the way it is today, because this story actually helps explain a fundamental truth about why every society is the way it is. This is Japan 1960. The year that made a nation.
Typical gay incel fascist, dude. Like the OG in many respects.
Is the year of blood. The American occupation of Japan began with nearly boundless idealism. Immediately, the political and military leaders responsible for the conflict were arrested, many charged with war crimes, while the emperor was forced to renounce his divinity and endorse a shockingly progressive constitution. This new founding document established Japan as a
cap on caps. The Japanese war criminals that are targeted and identified as war criminals were literally given amnesty as a direct consequence of the war crimes that they engaged in. American military thought it would be infinitely more useful not to waste all of their torture camp experimentation. Unit 731, specifically operating in Manchuria, that did a litany of war crimes, including testing what happens when you freeze someone to death, you know, things like that. What we ended up doing basically was saying, yeah, you guys are war criminals, but if you give us this information, if you give us all the secret torture stuff and all the documents, if you show us like what you did as far as like biological warfare, biological weapons, which we will inevitably use against our, you know, greatest enemy, which is communism. We won't arrest you and we won't prosecute you. That is a real thing. Many people often forget the dark side of Japanese history and their involvement in World War II and think that like the Nazis were the only bad guys in town. Nope. The Japanese did Nazi-style experimentation in China and Korea as well. So like the idea that like it was... There's been no better rebranding than like, you know, post-imperial Japan, post-World War II Japan, a country that basically never had to reckon with its violence and its crimes, its war crimes, specifically because, you know, they were also victim to like a genuine crime, I would say, you know, 2 atom bombs kind of does that for you. It's pretty crazy. Plus, you know, the subsequent American allegiance that came afterwards. Those 2 things played a major role. And I'm not even joking when I say this, anime, like literally. The fire bombings of Tokyo, the fire bombings of like densely populated civilian areas, and the 2 atom bombs being deployed on top of, again, densely populated civilian areas made people really go, you know what? I guess they did all the fucking war crimes, but, you know, they did get war crime themselves, so it's fine, I guess.
Liberal democracy, of course, but it went further, guaranteeing equality between men and women and enshrining the rights of workers to unionize and self-advocate, measures absent even from America's own constitution. At the same time, large farms were divided.
I just learned about what Japan did in World War II in class. I've been shaking and crying ever since. This isn't the Sugoi Japan I know. This can't be real. Japan would never do that. I know from anime that Japan would never do this. Nandemo. I pride myself on being an anime expert, an otaku if you will, which means I know basically everything about Japan. So the more I think about it, the more I think this has to be fake. This is not Sugoi. This is not kawaii.
Divided and redistributed, and massive monopolistic corporations were slated to be broken up. Old, hierarchical Japan was quickly giving way to a new, democratic Japan. But perhaps the biggest break from the past was the Constitution's Article 9. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right. land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. These were massive, controversial
You know, there's a little bit unless there's like, I don't know, much larger developing hegemonic power in the region that we are trying to compete against and we're very afraid of, in which case we will fucking allow Japan to redevelop its military capabilities, even personally, beyond the fact that we treat the island nation as a goddamn unsinkable aircraft carrier. Interesting. There was another fucking group of Axis nations out there that we also demilitarized by force and then turned around and are now allowing to basically remilitarize. Surely nothing crazy will happen.
Social changes, but despite some discontent, Japan's path to democratic modernity seemed clear, until one day, everything changed.
Here in Russia, you see why we are spending billions of dollars in defense production.
Communism was spreading, and suddenly America was no longer basking in the post-war glow of victory. A new war was on, the Cold War. Idealism vanished. Instead of a progressive democracy, Washington now needed a forward military base with a stable, friendly government. Most of the war-era leaders, experienced and reliably anti-communist, were suddenly pardoned and allowed to seek political office. Few renounced their wartime actions. Instead, communists were now purged from the government, and many progressive policies favoring organized labor and the breakup of monopolies were abandoned, even reversed. Article 9 remained in force, but America did allow the formation of a small pseudo-military, the Japan Self-Defense Force. What came next, however, was downright humiliating. As a condition of the occupation's end, America proposed a treaty. It stipulated the American military could freely station and move troops throughout.
I was gonna say, it's a good thing that the occupation in Japan ended, which is why we don't have military bases all around the fucking island nation. Or, you know, our wonderful crayon enjoyers can go and get drunk and drunk drive and kill Japanese families, or get drunk and drunk drive and then go rape, you know, Japanese women. Only to face very little repercussion, if at all. Good thing we ended that occupation, and we certainly would never do that.
Japan, without being under any obligation to defend the country in the event of an attack. And the treaty had no.
Okinawa is so cooked, they drive on the right side there, bro. Think about that. The rest of Japan drives on the left side of the road. Okinawa, they drive on the right side, motherfucker. Think about that shit. No, they don't. Yes, they do, don't they? I thought they do on the on Okinawa. Look, unlike the United States, people drive on the left side of the road, the slow lane, driving in Okinawa on the fast lane on the right, although the slow lane is on the left and the fast lane is on the right, although there isn't usually a significant difference between either. Okinawa offers a distinct driving experience. Unlike the United States, people drive on the left side of the road. Wait, this is saying driving in Okinawa, people drive on the left side of the road. Like the rest of Japan, Okinawa's drive on the left side of the road and international driver's license. Okay, maybe I was baited. When traffic patterns switched overnight, this prefecture was ready. Wait, what? Yeah, no, they did. They did drive on the right side of the road. Okinawa had originally required driving on the left side, just like the rest of Japan. However, when the prefecture was under the control of American occupational force towards the end of World War II, everyone was made to drive on the right-hand side instead. No. I'm not talking about the Osaka, they stand on the opposite side of the escalator thing. No, this is legit. In Japan, everywhere else, they drive on the left side of the road. In Okinawa, However, there was a time when they drove on the right side of the road. I think maybe they changed it though. They changed it back. This region of Japan was one of the few places within the past half century to undergo a right to left traffic switch. The switch in Okinawa was also the first large-scale conversion of its kind since Sweden switched from driving on the left-hand side of the road to the right hand. About 2 months after the day on which Okinawa's motorists began to switch their driving again on the left side of the road, a stone memorial was set up. Wait, so Japan doesn't even have a two-party system? What the fuck? It does. It doesn't have a two-party system. It has a multi-party system, but it doesn't matter because, like, think about it this way. Technically, America also has a multi-party system, except everyone would laugh at you if you were to suggest it as such because it's technically a two-party system, and that two-party is pretty uniparty when it comes to a lot of things. And the similar reality exists in Japan as well. Technically, it's a multi-party system. Doesn't really matter. It's functionally uniparty. Like in America, we have the Green Party, right? We have the Libertarian Party. We have all these other parties as well beyond the Green Party and the Libertarian Party, but like at least they make it to the docket. Like they have a slot on the ballots, right? The other parties, you have to go through a lot if you're independent to like basically get into the ballots to begin with. There are major hurdles, but most people would not consider America to be a multi-party system. They would consider it to be a duopoly. Anyway, let's continue.
Expiration date. Japan had no choice but to accept. So by the time the American occupation ended in 1952, a lot of the early progress made restoring security, dignity, and self-respect to a new democratic Japan had been undone. This security treaty was humiliating, and it caused a serious identity crisis, as Japan was torn between that initial post-war optimism and a new Cold War pessimism, where nothing mattered except stability and anti-communism. A contest over the fundamental question of what kind of nation Japan was going to be.
Before we go any further, I just want to take a second to thank a great friend of the channel and the sponsor of this video, AnyDesk. Because without partners like AnyDesk, we couldn't make these videos. AnyDesk is an incredible program that lets you control and access any of your devices from anywhere in the world at any time. Honestly, it's kind of magical being able to control my desktop from the other side of the world in just 2 clicks. Once you're connected, AnyDesk is great at retrieving files, as I've been doing a lot lately, printing remotely, working from home, or helping family members troubleshoot technical issues. Luckily, it's as easy to set up as it is to use. Just download, type in the access code, and you're in. Easy as can be. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it for yourself at anydesk.com/spectacles. And because it's totally free for personal use, checking it out is a great way to support the channel without spending a dime. You'll be glad you did. And so will we. That's anydesk.com/spectacles. Thank you, AnyDesk. So, Japan is gripped by an identity crisis. 2 images show who was winning this fight by 1960 in the Diet, Japan's parliament. This shows how many seats each party controlled after the 1955 election. These are the 2 biggest parties, the Liberals and Democrats. They're both conservative, and they're totally dominant. But here's the Diet after the next election. The 2 biggest parties are just gone. Except they're really just hiding, because this is the Liberal Democratic Party, a sort of conservative super party formed in a merger that was actually organized in part by the CIA, who wanted Japan's anti-communist parties to join forces. Heading up the new party was this guy, Nobusuke Kishi, a war criminal and former minister in the wartime government. By 1957, he was prime minister, and he had 2 core goals. First, revise the Constitution, eliminate Article 9, and remilitarize Japan. And second, renegotiate the humiliating security treaty with America. Now, treaty renegotiation was widely popular in Japan, not just with the right wing, so when Kishi, after 3 years of haggling with the American government, secured key concessions, mandated consultation with the Japanese government about American troop movements, a defense commitment from America for Japan, and a 10-year term of treaty renewal rather than it being indefinite, he expected to be hailed as a hero.
But there were two problems. While treaty renegotiation was widely popular, revising the Constitution was anything but. Most Japanese wanted nothing to do with war, and eliminating Article 9 to remilitarize the country threatened a return to those dark days. Moreover, Kishi wasn't a hero. He was a horrible man who'd helped steer Japan into a devastating war from which he massively...
Bro, good thing that, like, it was a one and done type situation, and I'm certain that the LDP doesn't have, like, prominence, nor did he have his, like, children or grandchildren, for example, also run the country. That would never happen in a democratic nation. Japan obviously is sugoi, it's kawaii. It is a beacon, a shining light of democracy. So, like, if I were to find out that, like, they've been basically operating under a uniparty structure for multiple generations, like, I would be shocked. Multiple generations of people who either did the war crimes or denied the war crimes ever happened, for example, that would go against the sugoi nature of Japan. I would say, onegashimasu. I would say, you know, tamago-sando doku desu ka? That's what I would say. And then I wouldn't say anything else. Those are the only words I know in Japanese. So I would say, nani? I said, tamago-sando doku desu ka? Two egg sandwiches, please. Yeah. Or no, I say, where's the egg sandwich, right? I said where's the egg sandwich, not two. You ask where the egg, lol. I said, where's the egg sandwich? Tamago-sando doku desu ka? Tamago-sando doku desu ka? I remember when you asked me, where's the ATM in Japanese in Japan, and you thought you fucking cooked? Yeah, bro, I did cook. I fucking cooked that shit up. Excuse me. I'm fucking multilingual. I'm a polyglot, bro. Call me Shauma. Call me Shauma NYC the way I'm fucking speaking all the different languages. Isn't it polyglot? Polyglot? I don't fucking know what it's called. Polyglot is the way I am, okay? Shauma NYC or HasanAbi? Shinzo Abe, more like HasanAbi. Except you live in fucking California and speak no motherfucking Spanish. I'm Turkish, bro. Do you know how inaccessible Spanish is to me? It would have been ridiculous if I knew any Spanish growing up in fucking Istanbul and Ankara, bro. There's no Mexicans there. Fuck you mean you don't learn Spanish? It's like, yeah, bro, that's insane. We learn German and French beyond English, okay? Spain? Yeah, dude, the fucking pivotal powerhouse of Europe, Spain. That you would get laughed out of every room if someone was like, hey, we need to teach Spanish. Either, you know, instead of the two options of French or German, we should also do Spanish as well. Everyone would laugh at you. Like, what? I'm saying for Turkey, it's irrelevant and ridiculous. Obviously, for America, it's very necessary. Anyway, let's continue.
Profited while the rest of the country suffered. He was also just elitist, arrogant, and corrupt. He openly disdained the media and the Japanese public as beneath him and centralized power in an inner circle of allies. Under Kishi, many feared a comeback of the old Japan, As a result, he'd galvanized not only the left, but a wide swath of Japanese.
Basically, it doesn't fucking matter if, like, you know, we only criticize China for this kind of shit because, like, China is our enemy, and also they're, like, ideologically claiming to be communist. If they were built by the CIA and saying they fucking hate communists and were built by the CIA specifically to kill communists, then obviously no one would be complaining about China and their political organization. Okay, that's it.
Society against him. And when he attempted to force through legislation expanding police powers to stifle this widespread public dissent, protesters took to the streets and forced him to back down. By January of 1960, even though he'd seriously improved the treaty terms, nobody trusted him, and mass resistance was guaranteed. Instead of calming things down, Kishi had fired the country up. The fight for Japan's future.
Bro, we really fucking fell off, dude. We unironically fell off, like, big time, okay? Like, we used to write other countries' constitutions and shit. Like, think about that. There is no world, like, we can't even command influence over Afghanistan for more than 20 years. That's pretty crazy to think about. Like, we just sit around and hope that there is like a Javier Milei type figure who is going to be an Ameribu in and of itself nowadays. Like, it doesn't have to be a CIA operation. Back in the day, a Javier Milei type figure winning an election would require tremendous CIA interference. Yeah, nowadays we can't even fucking dunk on the Houthis, which we were literally participating in the genocide of. Like, literally, we were doing a straight up, in real time genocide upon this fucking population of like 15-year-olds who are getting rockets from Iran. And now we can't even fucking enforce our will upon them. They just turn around and they're like, yeah, we just have unlimited rockets, dog. You guys are fucked. Our shit costs like 50 grand a pop. Your shit costs like $7 million a pop. You can't keep this shit up. Get fucked. America spent $1 billion trying to fucking trying to wipe out the Houthi capabilities, targeting capabilities in the fucking Red Sea, only to arrive at the same conclusion that the fucking Saudis did, which was, let's not fuck with these people. Let's not fuck with these people, please, bro. Please, please, please. Let's not fuck with these people. They're gonna, we can't deal with it. It's too much money. Yeah, we can't even have a fucking functioning pier. We haven't been able to build a goddamn functioning fucking pier, man. We did anti-vaxxing campaigns in the Philippines because we were scared that the Philippines were going to be too close to China because they were giving them fucking free vaccinations.
Was getting uglier. But Kishi didn't care. He wanted to get the job done. Still, months of massive protests unnerved some LDP legislators, so he delayed the vote on the treaty until May 19th, the last day.
I know it's satire, but at this point you do complain a lot on how America doesn't fucking interfere with developing nations of Java. No, I think it's an important thing to recognize. In comparison to how unimaginably cruel, we are still unimaginably cruel. I mean, the thing that I just explained about the Philippines is unimaginably cruel. Okay? Like, that's insane. It sounds fucking insane that we would do that. And yet we did. But like, It's more so about how much weaker we are in general in comparison to how fucking aggro we were back in the day and how much power we actually did command back in the day. Can you ban this guy for his username? I donate to cam girls. Why? I'm a cam girl. And he donates to me at the top of the hour to avoid seeing the ad and also to democratize the lack of ad seeing by donating into the fucking community with gifted subs. I'm not going to fucking hate on that. I'm a cam girl, baby. Donate to me, you know? My brother, we are definitely have more destructive potential. It's just people are speaking up and finally slowing the war machine down. You are insane if you think that us speaking out is slowing the war machine down. Yeah, dude. Yeah, they saw the... we listened to the Macklemore song. we listened to the Macklemore song. That's why the genocide in Gaza is done now. We packed that shit up.
Of the Diet's session. But even then, Kishi couldn't be sure he'd get his way. He needed more time. So he moved to extend the session, but the opposition saw it coming, and they blockaded the halls of the Diet, barricading the speaker in his office. Here was an unprecedented confrontation between the two sides of the core identity crisis facing Japan, and millions of Japanese across the country were watching it unfold on their television sets. For hours, it dragged on, until finally Kishi called police into the Diet, an unprecedented move, and had the officers physically carry the opposition members one by one, some literally kicking and screaming out of the building. Then, mere minutes before the session expired at midnight, a mass of officers assembled and forced the speaker through the remaining crowd and up to the rostrum. A 50-day extension was carried. But to everyone's shock, with only his own party present in the chamber, Kishi went further. He called an immediate vote on the treaty. It passed unanimously. That core conflict over Japan's identity was heating up, moving from the ballot box to boxing bouts, as both major parties resorted to force to either obstruct or jam through a political agenda. Kishi won this round, but the treaty's opponents weren't finished. In their view, Kishi had made it clear he'd stop at nothing to get his way, and maybe they should do the same. Crucially for the opposition, the Diet is bicameral. While the lower house voted on May 20th, Japan's upper house still had a say in the matter. They couldn't reject the treaty outright, but they could delay the bill until the next election, when a new lower house might reconsider. If the upper house didn't intervene, however, the treaty would automatically ratify in 30 days, on June 19th. Coincidentally, the very day President Eisenhower was scheduled to make the first U.S. presidential visit to Japan, convenient timing for a victory lap for Kishi. But hardly anybody in Japan wanted to grant him the satisfaction. Soon, hordes of citizens took to the streets every day, featuring a major protest somewhere in the country. The energy had transcended partisan politics to encompass a majority of the population. These weren't just student radicals or urban laborers, they were office workers and housewives. Even a number of conservatives, fed up with Kishi's suicidal politics, began funneling money from Japan's business establishment to left-wing groups organizing the protests. Still, the Diet's upper house wasn't budging. Yet. But the whole exercise was turning into a real problem for Kishi until on June 10th, just over a week before the treaty was slated to ratify, it got a whole lot worse. Ahead of his arrival, Eisenhower sent his press secretary, Jim Hagerty. But on the way from the airport to meet Kishi, Hagerty's car was assaulted by protesters who surrounded the vehicle, cracked the windows, and caved in the roof, all while shouting anti-American slogans. Eisenhower's security, and by extension the viability of his visit, was called into question. A massive embarrassment for Kishi and a coup for the protesters. It was a small victory, though, because time was running out. The protesters had staged massive demonstrations, unprecedented strikes, even intimidated the president of the United...
Yeah, they were saying, "Go home, Yankee," which is a slur, by the way. Yeah. Liberals are going to be like, wow, dude. Wow. I can't believe these guys were calling us the Y word. The Y word.
United States. Yet still, the country was hurtling toward the ratification date without a hint of delay from the Diet. It was now or never. They needed to do something big. On June 15, 1960, tens of thousands of Japanese gathered before the Diet building. They were faced by 5,000 police officers. At first, the protests were non-violent. One group even managed to break into the Diet compound, where they peacefully occupied a garden, sang songs, and gave speeches. Elsewhere in the vicinity, though, a cohort of right-wing counter-protesters assaulted the demonstrators using planks driven through with nails. A melee ensued. Now things were completely out of hand. The police, who'd been instructed to exercise restraint, now decided the time for such things was over. They attempted to force the protesters out of the Diet compound, beating many of them unconscious. Blood began to run, instigating a mass panic.
Motherfuckers will bitch and moan about Russia and Poland, but will say nothing about America occupying Japan and writing their constitution. Yeah, because we're the good guys, and the Russians are the bad guys, akin to the Nazis. That's it. And if you were to turn around and say that, like, the American occupation in many Asian countries, the American occupation that is, like, pretty much seemingly permanent in these Asian countries, all of that stuff is, like, unimaginable, really fucked up. People will look at you like, dude, what are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. We are the good guys. That's it.
Panic. In the crowd crush that followed, Michiko Kanba, a female student at Tokyo University, was
There's a HasanAbi birther in the chat. Who is we? Dude, you are Turkish. Nah, he is Turkish. I was born in Denmark. That does not make me Danish. Just because you was in USA does not make you American. I can't believe you banned that guy, Young Peasy. I'm unbanning him. That is exactly the kind of racism that I like seeing in the chat. Like, very funny and very entertaining. That is the funniest type of racism you can arrive at. He stopped being funny. I mean, he was just adding the mods, which is annoying. But, you know.
By midnight, Kishi had given police full authority to clear the building out, but out here, the protest, inflamed by Michiko's death, raged on. Kishi contemplated calling in self-defense force troops, but his cabinet talked him down. Instead, he announced he would resign within the month. Eisenhower canceled his visit. It would be another 15 years before a sitting US president first set foot in Japan. Still, protests continued to rock the country, reaching their peak on June 18th, one day before the treaty's automatic ratification deadline. As one student protester put it, despite US approval of the new treaty, I felt certain that the revision would fail in the face of such widespread opposition, a conviction shared by the adults around me. However, the upper house remained silent, and on June 19th, the treaty was ratified.
Oh yeah, we had internment camps too.
In one sense, the Japanese left and the broader protest movement had failed. It was a critical victory for the conservative side of Japan's identity crisis. The treaty was ratified and the country had taken a clear step toward US alignment, which was more or less legally locked in until the treaty was due for renewal in 10 years. But in another sense, the opposition had scored a major victory. Eisenhower backed out and Kishi resigned, proving that two could play political hardball. In turn, neither had this episode truly settled the fundamental question about what kind of nation Japan would become. If anything, the choice in the upcoming elections seemed more polarized than ever, as the Socialist Party leader Inejiro Asanuma visited the Chinese Communists, still not recognized by Japan as the official government, where he
literally so cucked that we would know. We made Japan also not recognize the Communist Party as the official leaders because that was our policy. This guy was too busy fucking mewing, dude. This guy is a mewing legend. If he stopped mewing for a moment and started doing some politics, maybe Japan would be socialist by now. Yeah, he went there to Mog Mao. He looks like Asian you, bro. Dude, why? This is like always the meta. I look at a fucking Turkish communist, you're like, bro, he looks exactly like you. I look at you look like young Stalin. You just have no way of understanding that just, you know, communists and socialists alike are just usually, they're just giga chads. You see a dude with glasses and facial hair and you go, oh, that's Hasan.
Treated with party chairman Mao Zedong, gave speeches declaring his friendship with China and opposition to America, and returned to Japan wearing Mao's signature outfit. Asanuma wasn't just a radical, he was popular. Famous for his shabby dress and for living in public housing his whole life, Asanuma connected with the public about as well as Kishi repulsed it. By contrast, if a Mao suit and shabby clothes defined Asanuma's radicalism and appeal, wire-rimmed glasses and double-breasted suits defined the LDP's new leader, Kishi's Minister for International Trade and Industry, Hayato Ikeda. This was the uniform of a graduate of an elite school, an economist, and a finance minister. Hardly the look of a man destined to repair the party's elitist reputation. But it wasn't just Ikeda's clothing that seemed to doom his odds. Indeed, his party had chosen him because he was thought to be an empty shirt, someone with no real base of support within the party who could stand in until the impending election determined the better man for the job. After all, Ikeda's career was littered with political missteps. Back in 1950, he'd infamously suggested that Japan's poor should cope with high food costs by eating more cheap barley and less expensive rice, prompting comparisons to Marie Antoinette. Worse still, Ikeda had been Trade and Industry Minister once before in 1952, but had lasted less than a month after he was quoted in the press remarking coldly, "Even if 5 or 10 small businessmen commit suicide, it can't be helped." Asanuma, the everyman, couldn't have asked for a better opponent. But he had more than Ikeda to contend with. On October 12, 1960, Inejiro Asanuma stood on stage for a debate inside this building in Tokyo, with Ikeda seated a few feet away in the front row. Millions were watching on TV when suddenly a man rushed on stage and seemed to collide with Asanuma. He wielded a wakizashi, a kind of short sword, and as he lunged at Asanuma a second time, he was tackled to the ground. But it was too late. The assailant's first strike had been
another fucking gay incel fascist doing just, you know, gay incel fascist shit. Typical Nazi behavior. Uncensored on Patreon, ain't no way. I mean, yeah, listen. Big homie's got to make money somehow, okay?
Deep blow through the ribs. Asanuma died within minutes. It was Japan's first political assassination since the war. The killer was a 17-year-old right-wing radical who would hang himself in jail a few weeks later after scrawling, "Long live the Emperor," on his cell wall in toothpaste.
Most believed the murder would
this isn't Mishima. You're right. I was thinking of this is a different incel fascist loser. You're right. Hey, not all the gay incels are fascists. Well, in Japan they are. That dude who capped Shinzo Abe a fascist? No. The dude who capped Shinzo Abe. The dude who capped Shinzo Abe is just like kind of crazy. the dude who killed Shinzo Abe was crazy. He was a veteran, but I don't think he was like I don't think that he was what do you call it? I don't think that he was like a fascist or anything. He just had like a very clear-cut political goal, which was anti-Mooney, wanted to possibly anti-Korean in general, but definitely anti-Mooney, and wanted to kill Shinzo Abe for allowing the Korean cult to operate alongside the CIA inside of Japan. His mother was a follower, a cult follower, and lost all of her money to the cult. And you know, he saw Shinzo Abe as directly responsible for. He saw Shinzo Abe as directly responsible for this cult operating inside of Japan. And he also was like, you know, you might not agree with his methods. It seems like the Japanese population certainly did agree with him. Ultimately, his cause wasn't unjust. Like, he wasn't wrong for being like, why is this fucking CIA-backed Korean cult operating inside of Japanese boundaries? Like, why are you letting that happen? It fucked my mom's life up. You are fucking responsible. Which, by the way, was a commonly held opinion in the nation of Japan pretty much immediately after this political assassination. It's probably one of the most politically consequential and overall most successful assassinations, political assassinations of our lifetime. Like, I don't know what the comparison would look like. It would literally be like, obviously this is wee hypothetical, not saying that this is the case, not saying you should do this, but like, if someone, I don't even want to say Joe Biden because people are going to clip this and like fucking get me in trouble. So let's say back in the day, if like someone assassinated, I don't know, Donald Trump, right? And at a time when he had like 30% approval rating, they assassinated him specifically because they just hated that he was JFK seems like a safe choice. No, I'm just like thinking of like, I don't know, something that they hated. They were like, dude, you wanted to fucking abolish Obamacare. We want Medicare for all. Why are you standing against Medicare for all? And they fucking assassinated him. And then like literally a week later, Congress decided to pass legislation. And that legislation was Medicare for all. That's basically what happened with Shinzo Abe. Like, that's what ended up happening with Shinzo Abe. Basically, like, basically what ended up happening is like, he literally was like, I'm killing you because of your involvement with the Moonies. And then like a month or so later, first they were like, should the public even fund his funeral? Like, that was a point of contention. People were literally like, nah, I don't think the public should fund his funeral. Like, why are we doing that? Fuck that guy, which was crazy. That was like my first foray into Japanese politics being kind of weirdly cool, where they were just like, yeah, no, we shouldn't fund his public funeral. And also then very shortly after, they investigated the fucking Moonies and have been shutting it down. He was already out of power, but he was the longest, I think he was the longest running PM. He was out of power at the time, but he was like literally at a campaign rally. Yeah, plans to place a memorial at the site of Shinzo's assassination were discarded. It is pretty crazy. It's just not heard of in any. It's not heard of in any modern context, I would say. But yeah, he was stumping. He was out doing a stump speech when he got fucking stomped on, if you know what I'm saying.
Support for the socialists, both for reasons of sympathy and because it reinforced the fear which spread under Kishi's leadership, that behind the LDP, in the shadow of Japan's right wing, lurked violence and terror. However, just days after Asanuma's death, Ikeda stood before the Diet to give a speech, where many expected characteristically direct and concise remarks, where Kishi might have even made a campaign speech. Ikeda shocked his colleagues by delivering an impassioned eulogy for Asanuma, reciting the lyrics from one of his 1920s.
Yeah, famously at the time I said this was one of the few instances where like Japanese xenophobia and anti-Korean racism kind of was like used for good against the Moonies, like specifically. Like it's one of those very, very weird moments where like it's like an incredibly, incredibly rare racism W, because the Japanese are very racist in general, but specifically against Koreans, which is kind of wild because it's like, bro, you literally fucked them over. Like, why are you still carrying this grudge? Like, you're the ones who did all this fucked up shit to them, and yet you're still like xenophobic towards them. That's wild as hell. But I guess then you think about it and it's like, well, that's exactly how white supremacy works in America against black people. Like, you have resentment towards black people even though like you enslaved them. That seems very weird to me. Like, if anything, the only resentment should be from black people towards white people, but that's just how racism works. They don't admit the fucked up shit they did in Korea. Yeah, exactly. So ultimately, this was a very unique moment in Japanese history, I would say, where like their unimaginable amounts of anti-Korean sentiment kind of worked in the favor of like dismantling this operation backed by the CIA in Japan.
These campaign songs and commending his colleagues' commitment to the public good. His words left many in tears.
Yeah, Zainichi Koreans were literally there for longer than the occupation of Korea in the 1900s, and they still hate them.
But this wasn't just a one-off performance. The storming of the Diet had been traumatic. The death of a protester, tragic. But seeing a colleague stabbed to death mere feet away, that changed Ikeda. Gone were the wire-rimmed glasses and double-breasted jackets. He adopted chunky plastic frames and simple suits. The clothes of a man who no longer considered himself above the people.
Yeah, he had a change of heart.
Nor was Ikeda's transformation limited to a new outfit. He now fully grasped the gravity of Japan's political chaos. He saw how Kishi's confrontational winner-take-all politics had taken his country to a very dark place. Politics was too existential, too polarized, too violent. In his campaign, Ikeda sought to bring himself closer to the people, touring the country to discuss food prices, unemployment, and other kitchen table issues, promising, if elected, to double Japan's national income within a decade and to abstain from the golf and lavish geisha parties so beloved by his predecessor.
It worked. In the 1960 election, the LDP gained a number of seats as Japan's left wing shrank. More importantly, Ikeda kept his.
I think the other part of this conversation that is understandably not being discussed in a video that's only 26 minutes long, and this is my understanding of what happened with the Japanese Socialist Party and the Japanese Communist Party in general, is that like the left was unimaginably divided. Well, I guess not unimaginably divided. The left was expectedly incredibly divided in Japan, along the same exact boundaries that you see everywhere else historically. You had you basically had like a kind of peasant class, not directly a peasant class, but like kind of like a peasant class, but rural communism versus the more elitist or the children of elites, like the educated communist divide that played a big role in dividing and inevitably leading to like the revolutionary communists that wanted to maintain a revolutionary and oftentimes violent structure, a violent form of resistance, versus like people who are more social democrat adjacent. And that divide obviously also led to the purge of the revolutionary side. And yeah, And then the rest is history. Now you have we are na na na na na na na na na na na. The Japanese Communist Party now does anime trailers for themselves. Here, I'll show you. Where is it? It kind of goes hard. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this is what happens when you become a revisionist. This is what happens when you become a revisionist party. Like, it's such a dense leftist meme. This is why I say leftism is a universal principle, just like fascism, where, like, no matter where you go in the world, if you see someone who is a leftist, one, there's going to be infighting. There's going to be purity spirals, too. And last but not least, the third foundational principle, which is you are going to have a person try to rap, we must raise the minimum wage to 1,500 yen, and we must have half-price university specialized tuition, licensed nursery school for 300,000 children, significant reduction in national health insurance premiums. HasanAbi meets up with Japanese communists March 1st, 2023. Oh, this is sick though. Musica. Okay, they're not they're anarchists, first of all. And as classic anarchists, fucking no working ass anarchists, of course they were closed, even though it said they were supposed to be open. Y anticapitalismo. I mean, there is a robust, I mean, one of the most effective ANCOM states, I guess if you want to call it that, is this is the Zapatistas. So it does not surprise me that they're ANCOMs. Oh, fuck. Oh god. The anti-Marxist police are here. The thought police. These are my favorite glasses that I lost them at fucking I didn't even lose them. Like, I literally left them accidentally at Border Patrol in Mexico. So stupid. I don't know. I should get them again. They're like Muscat or something. We just like kind of wait until see. Well, there was places that were kind of open. Like some of the bars were open. I knew that there is no way that there's. I just got back from Japan yesterday. I'm quite sad to be back in Texas. When are you going to go back to Japan? Yeah, honestly, I think we should. You know how there's like a Paris syndrome, most often felt by like Japanese and Chinese citizens that go to Paris and realize that like shit kind of sucks. There is a Tokyo syndrome. I swear to God, you come back to wherever you live from Tokyo, you will feel sad. Like instantly. As soon as I arrived, I never feel this way. When I come back from any foreign nation, I come back to the land of the free, it's fucking eagles screeching in my ear. I'm like, hell yeah, baby. Fucking freedom time. My dick gets hard thinking about how our brave soldiers out there are fighting to make sure that we have free speech here, right? Whereas when I come back from Japan, I'm like, oh, I'm so sad. This shit sucks. Like, think about it. Will Neff is the most American guy, the most pro-America man on the fucking planet, okay? He loves America. Down to the core, okay? And yet, when he came back from Japan, he was so sad to be in such a mid-ass country. Shanghai will blow your mind. Download Alipay before you go. This is the same chatter who I think earlier was talking about how, you know, I need a burner phone. Japan is Wakanda for white people. It is kind of Wakanda for white people, but also you have to remember it's like white boy Wakanda, but also like it is also one of the few places on the planet where like white people will, if they stay there for an extended period of time, will experience like anti-white racism, which weirdly enough is not very Wakanda. You know what I mean? When you think about it, not that it matters ultimately. Japan is starting to be like, okay, too many foreigners after running into one Karen. Yeah. Flights to Japan are so fucking much post-COVID. I went to Japan round trip for $800. Yeah. You offset that by going to Japan where with $1 you can buy like 8 Gucci bags or something. I don't know what's going on with their currency. But like flying into Japan, incredibly expensive. Everything else after that, not expensive at all. Japan is also one of those countries where like obviously you're not a Japanese citizen. This doesn't work for you, but like it is one of those countries where you quite literally, where the government literally is like, please, we will pay you to have a house in the rural areas. Like, please go and rebuild this house. It's $1. Please just live there. We beg you. Please, please, please. You can have a whole ass house. Anything not to have immigrants, I guess, except that is also loosening as well. Japan now literally has like immigrant visas. Like they are way, way more fucking open to well, at least wealthy immigrants. They are suffering from their unimaginable amounts of xenophobia. That's why their fucking population is just old as shit. Ain't nobody's fucking. Anyway, let's get back.
While in office, he never did play golf, nor was he seen at any parties. He attended studiously to governance, and though he died of cancer before his promise to the nation could be realized, Ikeda's policies doubled Japan's national income in just 7
Which country not open to rich immigrants law? Japan was not open to any immigrants, rich or poor. No, Japan was like, dude, Japan is straight up racist, okay? I don't know how to explain it to you. Like, there's no other way to describe it. Americans can't comprehend this because they're not white. So they're like, what do you mean? Only white people have the capacity to be racist. Like, no, like a lot of countries are racist, but Japan is like extra racist, okay? It is literally an ethno state. People try to be like, oh, no, what are you talking about? The Japanese population is quite diverse. It's like, no, it's not. It's like 98% Japanese, bro. It is incredibly fucking racist. You will not believe the price of this house in Japan. Landlord TikTok in Japan.
I'm going to find out how hard it is to buy a house in Japan. Today, the median house in California costs $830K. This is what the median house in California looks like. When I learned that Japan lets foreigners buy and sell property with the same rights and taxes as its own citizens, I became curious what $830K might buy in Japan. So I'm here to find out. This is the city of Sendai, famous for its cherry blossoms. Less than 2 hours from Tokyo by bullet train. The streets are beautiful, and the people are kind.
Can you explain what you mean with racist? Like, no, just straight up xenophobic. Like, that's it. Ask white people living in Japan their experiences, and they will tell you, like, there are so many places where you just simply cannot rent if you're a white person, okay? It's just like, I don't know how else to describe it other than that's just straight up racism.
Store called teach you.
Okay.
Teach.
The next store price expensive. Okay. Oh.
Yes.
They save teeth and they have tongue restaurants and wiener coffee. Their spotless subways take you everywhere in class. Try to imagine finding upholstered seats on a subway in the US. So I assumed the real estate here would be expensive. I went to look at this house, which was built in 1979 and fully renovated in 2021. It's 1,300 square feet on a 2,500 square foot lot, and it's beautiful.
Which is pretty fucking big for Japanese standards.
Asking price is $129,000. And when I asked the agent if an offer of $100K would be reasonable, he nodded enthusiastically. So, for the cost of the median house in California, you can buy 8 of this house in Japan, plus this van downstairs and 2 wiener coffees.
Yeah, this guy is a fucking landlord who, like, I've seen these videos. I saw another video that he posted before. He deleted it, I think. He deletes his videos. This motherfucker is like... This motherfucker is literally like... New school colonist, basically. He's obviously comparing California to a smaller city, though. Also, they obviously have way lesser income compared to us. Yes.
Years. But his most lasting legacy was his abandonment of the LDP's platform of constitutional revision. Article 9 would stay. Japan would not remilitarize. But not everyone celebrated Ikeda's achievements. Kishi, for one, lamented the move away from constitutional revision, while many LDP members decried his administration in general as do-nothing, a critique Ikeda seemed to embrace. As his close confidant and future Prime Minister Kiichi Miyazawa recalled, the issue was not what policies should be followed, but how policies should be decided in the Diet. And this issue was not really a joking matter. In America or Britain, this how has been decided as the result of a long history and centuries of tradition. It might take Japan many more years to get to that point. Ikeda's attitude was that, in order to promote the healthy development of parliamentary democracy, the Conservative Party, but also the progressive parties as well, should exercise a bit more self-control. By nature, the younger the democracy, the more difficult and delicate this exercise of democratic leadership.
Here, look.
In Japan. This is Kyoto, Japan's capital for over 1,000 years. Kyoto has more than 2,000 Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines, and 1.5 million polite people with bicycles that they park in bicycle parking lots. Kyoto has everything else you could want too, from signs that remind you to go home, to 20-second rest routines in taxis, to celebrity sightings. Steve was probably in town checking on this Apple store I found. I emailed the local apartment leasing agents who wanted to know what visa I had, since tourist visas only allow 90 days and the typical apartment lease in Japan is 2 years. I learned that enrolling in a language school to learn Japanese for a few hours a day could qualify me for a 2-year student visa.
Is that per month or per year?
Then I met the agents, and we had dramatic communication. When I got enough questions right, we would go look at places. Not yet.
No.
And what I saw was amazing. This 3-bedroom, 2-bath in a fancy neighborhood was $2,900. This brand new 3-bedroom next to a major university, only $1,300. And this 1-bedroom with a beautiful river and mountain behind, only $520 a month. And this place, while modest, was a short hike from one of the best views of Kyoto, and only $350 a month. Is that Snap? I have a lot more to learn, but renting an apartment in Japan seems exciting. What do you think? Should I do it? Even though I'm a man? I'm gonna find out how.
Bro's out here trying to be a fucking land shogun. Oh yeah. Read the comments. This isn't a realistic view of what it's like to rent an apartment in Japan. Seeing apartments is one thing. Going through the actual rental process is completely different beast. It's a huge hassle. Takes weeks to complete. Not to mention 3 to 6 months of rent upfront, cash, most of which you will not get back. You have to literally. Things are changing in Japan. In terms of like the anti-immigrant sentiment, so much so that there are like specific services you can hire that will find apartment complexes just for foreigners. But you still have to go, for the most part, through one of those services in general. This guy made a video about racism in Japan.
Before I begin, I just want to say that I know there's a lot of racism in America, and I'm not saying that America is better than Japan or anything like that.
Back in a second.
I just want to get that out of the way. So at the high school I was teaching at, I did a little lesson on racism and discrimination. I showed the eye of the storm, which you can find in my video channel.
I mean, the blue-eyed people are the better people in this room. Oh, yes, they are.
I highly recommend watching it if you haven't already. After the video, I asked my students to raise their hands if they thought there was any racism or discrimination in Japan.
日本では人種差別あると思う人、手を挙げてください。
And in every class, only 2 or 3 students out of 40 raised their hands.
人種差別あると思う人、1人、2人。Okay. 少ないね。
After that, I asked them to raise their hands if they thought racism and discrimination were strictly an American problem. And without fail, in every class, 90% of the students raised their hands. I think there's a huge problem with that. My students learn about Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement in school and see on the news that America has a huge problem with racism and discrimination. But where are the school lessons and news stories about discrimination in Japan? Why don't my students think that there is racism and discrimination in Japan? Do I believe there's racism and discrimination in Japan? Of course I do. I'll give you some examples. A lot of people in Japan call disposable cameras baka-chon cameras. Baka means stupid or idiot, and chon is a derogatory term for Korean people. So the term baka-chon camera means a camera so easy to use that even an idiot or a Korean person can use it. But racism in Japan isn't just against Koreans and Chinese people. There is discrimination within the Japanese population. For example, there's a group called the Burakumin. In the Edo era, about 300 years ago, a caste system was put in place.
天皇が一番上で、その下が将軍、でその下が侍、で一番下にはブラック民なの。
And these are the people who were the butchers, the undertakers, and any worker associated with death. These people were heavily discriminated against 300 years ago, but they are still discriminated against today. Here's a recent example. In 2001, a very prominent politician named Hiromu Nonaka was thinking about becoming the next Prime Minister of Japan, but he decided not to because of his wife's family's reaction to finding out that he was Burakumin. I guess it caused his wife, who is not a Burakumin, a lot of trouble and suffering. Nowadays, it's harder to tell who is Burakumin by the way they look, but I've been told that Japanese people can tell by a person's last name and where they're from. And there's actually a hand sign for Burakumin, and it's this. This means that Burakumin are like 4-legged animals. Here's another example of discrimination in Japan. During World War II, which is only 67 years ago, Okinawans were not treated as equals by mainland Japanese. The intricate tunnel system used by the Japanese military during the Battle of Okinawa was dug by Okinawan slave labor. And when the American forces started attacking the tunnels, the Japanese soldiers pushed the Okinawans in front to use them as human shields. Of course you can say that was in the past, and there's no discrimination against Okinawans now. Wrong. A few years back, a good friend of mine from Okinawa tried to get an apartment in Tokyo and was denied by the landlord because he was Okinawan. The landlord's explanation? Okinawans are loud, drink too much, and have too many parties. And here's another example of discrimination that...
Well, they also like slaughtered an entire, what was it? I don't know if he talked about it, but they slaughtered an entire nation of people as well. The Ainu indigenous people in the Hokkaido area.
That's even crazier. Okinawans discriminate against other Okinawans who live on different islands. I once heard an older woman from the main island say that she would never allow her daughter to marry a man from Miyako Island because Miyako men are supposedly loud, drink too much, and are aggressive. It's crazy to me because I know plenty of Miyako men who are not like that.
Golden Kamuy, a manga and an anime, basically says indirectly that the Japanese did genocide against the Ainu in historic Ezo. Nowadays, Hokkaido, Kuril Islands, and Sakhalin. Golden Kamuy also indirectly tells us about how diverse Japan really is and that Japan is not a monolith, which is believed by most Japanese, possibly through indoctrination.
In the video, the Eye of the
That's wrong. I peacefully integrated them in Victoria 3. Okay, my bad.
Storm, one of the students said that he felt good when he was considered superior to the other students.
I felt like I was a king, like I ruled them brown eyes, like I was better than them.
No, I didn't miss the part where he, the underlying premise is that, like, ironically, Japanese also think that, like, racism is a uniquely American problem and does not exist in Japan, which is pretty funny to think about because Europeans also have a similar sentiment, a shared sentiment that, like, racism is a uniquely American problem and doesn't exist in Europe, which of course it does. In Europe especially, it's like kind of similar to American racism too.
Happy.
I think we're kind of like that little 4th grade student. It seems like we have this insecurity in us that wants to think that we're special or superior to other people. In its mild forms, our desire to put people down and make ourselves seem more superior comes out in ways like,
I don't like black people. They're annoying. No, they stink. Some are nice. They're ugly.
But in its more extreme forms, we get things like slavery.
Average Omegle experience.
And the Holocaust. This desire we have to be special or superior to other people is something that we have to be constantly aware of so that we don't make the mistakes that we have in the past. And this is the reason why I'm making a big deal out of my Japanese high school students not knowing the reality of the racism and discrimination that goes on in their own country. They may know that racism and discrimination goes on in America, but knowing that is not going to help Burakumin, Koreans, and Okinawans get treated equally.
This is a filthy, nasty word called discrimination. We're treating people a certain way because they are different from the rest of us. Is that fair?
Hey guys, I just had...
Anyway, sorry about the serious subject matter. I'd love to hear your comments and try to answer your questions. Thanks for listening. Goodbye.
This is a perfect example of Omegle racism.
Huh?
I just want to let you know that that's very fucking cringe.
That's not one guy! He's not one! No! He's live streaming this! Oh my god! No! No! No! No! I know you! I'm so good! Oh my god!
See you on TikTok.
Yeah!
What? That can't be real. Bro, you have not seen how fucking racist people are, especially white people, on these like random cam websites, dude. Are you so got that shithole got banned? Yeah, except now it's like called Ome TV or whatever. It's not Omegle anymore. They just have a different name. They rebranded, didn't they? Omegle is a great website to use if you want to be called the hard R. Yeah. That was from 3 hours ago, bro. Trigger warning, Italianophobia. Albanian fans snap spaghetti in front of Italian fans ahead of the Italy-Albany. Italianophobia? Trigger warning, Italianophobia? No hard feelings. Oh, here. Oh! This snap of this basta! Oh, Maro! What the fuck is going on? Oh no! Oh, this racismo. classic AO Eddie Beery bit mocking how French people act like racism was invented in America.
Je sais pas, c'est difficile pour moi. My son, I have sons. The racism that we face today in France is different. American racism is bad, it's evil. And in France, there's none of that. We're very nice to black people every day. TV, black person, is an Azek, Marie, c'est tout black, c'est all black. My son in school, every book he's reading, Giovanni's Room, Jean Baldwin, Tony Morrison, c'est everybody black. And he comes from school to me crying. He's crying every day, saying, oh, Mama, I wish I was black, I wish I was gay. It's very sad. And he's afraid to touch women. He does not know. How can he be a man? He cannot touch women because he's afraid. I'm in love, or suddenly me too. I don't know. That is the racism that we face today in France.
What are those intricate designs on the coffee table? It's Coke lines, but you have to also understand this is a movie set. Guys, this is a movie set. They're filming something. Is that a Coke line for a giant? Yeah. Where were we? I haven't been able to finish this fucking video. Our basic policies of the kind that disregard for law and order that prevailed during the protests will never be allowed.
Ikeda didn't just moderate the LDP. He moderated Japan. By abandoning his party's more divisive and extreme policies, he diffused the most potent criticisms from Japan's left, resulting in a political system which the LDP has more or less dominated ever since. These highly stable politics have brought benefits, encouraging Japan's meteoric economic growth during the 1970s and 80s, while Ikeda helped institute a less winner-take-all, more consultative legislative culture in the Diet, but it has brought downsides as well. Political choice in Japan is very limited. Police regulations have rendered large-scale protests a nearly extinct form of political speech, and economic successes have given way to near paralyzing stagnation. In one sense, this story is ultimately about one simple trade-off that defines practically every political question. This is a spectrum of political possibility. At the far left is chaos. Think of war, revolutions, even anarchy. There's no telling what politics might look like in a year, a week, even a day. The horizons of political possibility are wide, even boundless, but the cost of such opportunity is ever-present instability and the threat of violence. At the other end is autocracy. Politics is stable, consistent, and reliable. Society is largely static. When it's good, it's great. But when it isn't, there's little...
No, bro, he's not saying like on the left is like he's not saying left versus right is in like the way that you understand left-right dynamics in politics. He's saying if you were to put it on a spectrum, on the one side of the spectrum you have, he's just saying left as a side of a spectrum, not like as a political opinion. Yeah. It's not the spectrum that you understand. He's saying that like full tilt anarchy versus full-blown authoritarian control
can be done to change it. Most regimes fall somewhere on this spectrum, trading between the benefits of opportunity and stability. Of course, some regimes, like Putin's Russia, have the worst of both worlds: extremely narrow political horizons and an unpredictable, ever-present threat of violence meted out by a capricious dictator. But the spectrum is useful because it articulates this principle, that to gain in either opportunity or stability requires some sacrifice in the other. A political system can't afford boundless opportunity and reliable stability and safety. Liberal democracy, as a regime, attempts to straddle the difference, providing democratic means to increase political choice and possibilities, while at the same time constraining that choice within inviolable principles of individual rights, increasing stability. Where exactly each nation sits varies, because every society, particularly its leaders, must make this choice in formative moments. For Japan, 1960 was that formative moment. And with the support of most Japanese, Ikeda made a choice. Faced with the horrors of pre-war fascist chaos, the devastation of a suicidal nationalist war, and the resurgence of domestic political instability and conflict, Japan chose stability. Japan chose economic prosperity, and in turn, Japan chose narrow political horizons, a system governed largely by one party, where political disputes are resolved quietly in backroom deals, rather than in public brawls and polarized elections.
In many ways, Japan is less democratic for its choice, less responsive to the needs and demands
For his choice.
of its people, and less tolerant of public dissent. However, it remains fundamentally a democratic society. At what point that trade-off between stability and opportunity, between safety and freedom, becomes unacceptable? It's a difficult question, indeed.
No matter how much American involvement occurs in the development of a nation's constitution, if it's like a direct occupation where we write the constitution, even then, as long as they're in the sphere of influence of the United States of America, then that was a choice, and it was democratic, and it's good. It's liberal democracy in display. If a nation, however, has any kind of revolution or anything like that, and the people are actually not only making a choice, but like actively, literally engaging in action against the dictatorship, for example, then it's not a choice, and it's very bad, and that's not liberal democracy, that's authoritarian. This distinction is perfectly representative of the way we look at China versus the way we look at Japan. Inside of the CCP, there are obviously other factions as well that are not so ideologically committed, at least even in theory or in aesthetics, to socialism, but it doesn't matter because, like, obviously it's still technically a one-party state. However, we don't look at Japan with the same exact critical lens. We think, no, Japan is a liberal democracy. Tomorrow, there could be a fucking communist government if they wanted to have one. We don't even look at it. We don't even look at American politics with the same lens. When you look at American politics, you never consider America to be a multi-party democracy. You think America is a two-party system. Obviously, even when it comes to certain issues, we're not so far removed. It's a one-party system that is ostensibly two-party, with the minute differences that you see every now and then amongst the two parties, specifically when it comes to like social issues and whatnot. Having said that, however, there are more than two parties in the American system, and yet we never consider that. We don't think about it even. So you just have to remember the notion of like theoretical liberal democracy, even then, is absolutely up to like how the American State Department views this country. If it's viewed positively, then it's good. It's actually a democracy. If it's in the sphere of influence, that's good. It's a real democracy. If it's not in the sphere of influence and it's a foreign adversary, then it's bad and it's not a real democracy. It's really, really, really bad. We have to abolish it. We have to destroy it.
Yeah, we all know Chris Pratt is playing Mao Zedong in the Cultural Revolution movie from Disney. What I want to know is who the fuck is playing Chiang Kai-shek? Because I've always thought that was like a Joel Edgerton role, like he was built to play that role. Who the fuck is playing Chiang Kai-shek and Dr. Sat Yun-sen, and who the fuck is playing Deng Xiaoping, okay? The Rock is playing Deng Xiaoping? Oh, brother. Okay, but we could still, if we can get Bob Balaban as Dr. Sun Yat-sen, we could still save this man. Balaban has been hair maxing for this role his whole life. He's already got the glasses. Please, Bob Balaban is Dr. Sun Yat-sen. Oh, Kevin Hart? Oh, brother.
Rock as Deng Xiaoping. The next season will inexplicably take place in rural China of 1960s, with the cast navigating the challenges of Mao's Cultural Revolution. There really is a Northern Line clip for everything. Like, what the fuck? Someone said, "Is Northern Line an educated leftist?" And you responded, "Educated for sure." Yes, Northern Line is brilliant. He's very smart. He's great. I'm a fan. I don't know if he's like, I mean, he's Canadian, so he's Canadian. So as a Canadian man, as an educated Canadian man, he comes across like a radical communist in comparison to the average American bald. You know what I mean? He's a dingus and listens to Jason on Ruhe, then he would know that Dangus betrayed Maoist principles. The fuck are we talking about? Most framed Chinese dog would like to get to know Kaya. What? Most framed Xiaopeng. I'll take you to find a female Tibetan Mastiff. Would you like? If you are willing, shake my hand. What the fuck? Watched a video I linked about foreigners in Japan. Where, Japan's anti-tourist sentiment.
It's quite common a Japanese person has two different faces. And the perfect example of tatemae would be the...
Yeah, we know. They have three different faces, actually. One in their heart, one in their mouth, and one in their soul, right? Or whatever the fuck Goth Mommy said originally in Shogun. Ain't this channel racist as fuck? The one they keep hidden, yeah. Suicidal goth mommy. Suicidal goth samurai.
Example of tatemae would be the recent interview with Tokyo Governor Yuriko Koike.
So many foreign arrivals. Oh, yes. How concerned are you about any sort of pressure on your city?
It's a good pressure. We are always welcoming any tourists.
I worry the reality might be completely different when you came to Japan. Especially these days, tourists would be the most hated, unwelcome groups for some Japanese residents and often used as scapegoats. I'm sure Japanese people wouldn't show you that clearly, but they might be hiding the honne, strongly wishing you didn't come. Thus our resentment's rapidly rising as we constantly see news or TV reporting about tourism issues.
Okay, to be fair though, like, bro, we do suck. Like, come on, bro. We are so fucking annoying. We are so fucking annoying, bro. We are not sending our best. And we've been doing this for quite a while. Look at Logan Paul, bro. Look at fucking Logan Paul. By we, you mean influencers? No, not just influencers. I've seen the fucking photos of the Karens trying to fucking film the geisha, trying to film the face of the geisha. The geisha's like zigzagging, and the lady is literally zigzagging with her. Like, very obviously, she's just trying not to be fucking filmed. That's not an influencer. That's cope, okay? It's cope. When you say, oh, dude, you must mean just influencers. No, you're just coping, big dog. You don't want to take ownership over the crimes. When you should be taking ownership over the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, baby, for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. That's right. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Here's the streaming ad break now. Look at this. Bro, look at the moves that she's putting out there too. Oh, this guy's awesome. Okay, this video is so sick. This guy just walks up to random people, including in this video, a Yakuza guy. I love this video. It's weird as fuck, but it's like pretty funny.
一瞬僕の動画撮ってくれないですか？お母さんに送る動画なんですけど、いいですか？はい。じゃあこれこのままで。あ、このままでいい。はい。お姉さんも映りますか？じゃあ行きます。はい。皆さんこんにちは。初めて 7-Eleven でおにぎり買いました。
This guy just keeps doing this. He just walks up to random people and will be like, "Hey, can you film? Can you film me? I have to do a video." And then he just does this fucking monologue. It is so goddamn cringe. But the Japanese people that fucking film it seem to love it. They like it. They think it's really funny when he does it. It's a TikTok trend that he just keeps doing to Japanese people. I've seen him. I've seen him pop off. Like there's a he went up to a he goes up to like cute girls and stuff. They've literally had to close privately owned areas that you could previously walk through in Kyoto. This is not why Americans are banned, chat. Shut the fuck up. This dude lives there, okay? He's just cringe. He's just a cringe American. What the fuck is this?
皆さんこんにちは。今日は初めて魚
I don't know why. What is that? I don't even know what that is. Konichi warts. Bro, just shoot him. Literally, you when you went to Japan, I don't fucking do the cringy accent though. Or the sound. Just watch the one with the Yakuza guy. We already did. We just watched it. God, his hair annoys me. The other version of this is the dude that goes to Japan and Korea and like dances everywhere. And like, he's like a really good dancer and makes those weird faces. He scares me. He's built like a Turkish dude who would be like living in Antalya or whatever and like getting the tourists to get riled up, whatever the fuck it's called. What is this? Yeah, this guy. I mean, he's such a great dancer, but he's so weird. He's built like a kick streamer, bro. I'll just say it. He looks like, I love watching him. I would say he's my problematic fave in the way that like he just looks so kick coded. Okay. He looks like a kick streamer straight up. But people seem to love his shit. You're being bald phobic? No, bro. He has hair too. It looks worse when he has hair. He now has a mullet. Yeah, he's probably French Algerian. The problem is, okay, listen. I grew up with these dudes, okay? That's what it is. The problem is, like, you will never convince me that this is not a scary person, because when I was growing up in Turkey, these dudes were a dime a dozen, okay? Like, they're everywhere in Turkey, and especially in like Antalya, they're the, what is it called? Like when they're animation. Yes, animation. That's what they're called. Like dudes who do animation. The people that when you go to like a fucking hotel or whatever, there are people specifically hired to like get the party starting. And it's like, and yeah, animators, I guess, like the entertainment class in the hospitality industry. And I don't know how to describe it, but like those guys used to terrify me when I was a young boy. Okay. Hype men. Exactly. And he has like his charisma levels and like his energy levels are always high, and it freaks me out. I'm like, bro, people shouldn't be like that. People should not be like that. There's a spectrum where on the one hand you have Biden who can't move. On the other hand, you have this guy who moves too much. Be in the middle somewhere and it's cool, okay? Swag scares you? Yes. I am recognizing my own shortcomings here and explaining something to you, okay? I'm explaining something to you about this man and his behavior that like weirdly creates trauma inside of me, okay? Like if I was walking and a dude came up to me and started dancing like that, I would perish. Like, what are you doing? Why are you walking like that? Walk normal. By the way, this is like the least scary video of his, okay? He has so much worse ones. Eunice. Oh, like this one's a great one here. Look at the faces he makes too. I think I'm also like jealous of the fact that he could just like move his neck like that. I feel like if I move like that, I would snap. My shit would snap so quick. In a moment's notice. If I tried to do any number of these moves, my shit would break. He's too agile. It's a threat, bro. He's a full-blown Dex build. I don't like it. I don't fucking like it, okay? It's like, dude, move less. Move less, motherfucker. I don't like it. It's freaking me out. But having said that, I do love watching his videos. Like they show up on my For You page regularly and I watch it all the way. Sometimes I watch it twice. Okay. But it's just like, I don't know. It just. What you want from me? I took a break, but I'm back on my bullshit. I got a scan on her back on them cool. She put up on me, she want me and ain't cool. I accidentally with no time back on. Every time I suck it, but I learn. I ain't this size, I ain't rock with no fern. What is he doing? Stop! Stop doing these things! Put an end to this now! Look at the way his head cocks when he's moving, dude. It's unnatural. Put an end to this now. What is happening? Like, dude, he just has to like, I'm sure he's like a really nice guy. I'm sure he's a really nice guy, but something about the way he moves and the way he carries himself immediately is just like, it's like red flags in my mind. Like my brain is on fire when I watch him. He literally kicks my fight or flight response. Seeing him kicks me into a fight or flight. I swear to God. I don't know what it is. It is a very primal thing that he brings out of me, okay? He's only eating B12. I don't know what it is. It just like freaks me out. Yeah, I love this video though. I've seen this one too. Like, if you see him walking around like that at the club, you got to leave, bro. He's going to do a mass shooting with his legs, okay? Like, he looks like he's ready to literally yell at every woman, okay? He looks like he's ready to close talk with every female in the club. Citizen app is going to show a mass kicking incident, okay? He's got the henchman build too. He's got the goon build. Dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's too much energy, bro. Stop. You need to trank dart this motherfucker. I swear to God. It's literally, if I see some shit like that, I'm like, nope. Nope. Give this man ketamine now. Okay? Even him out. Like, what the fuck are you doing? How does he behave like this? The fucking stunt one was him emoting on all the fuckers he beat it in a video game for real. I think I'm just very jealous also of like his insane amounts of energy. Like, it reminds me of a time when I was young and I just couldn't be contained, you know what I mean? And now I'm 33 and I just would die if I did all of these things that he did in this 1 minute sequence, which he probably did over the course of like an hour. I would just perish. I would cease to exist. It would be worse than the fucking 1,000 bucket challenge. I would have to do so many drugs to behave like this. Like, it's not enough that he did a backflip. He was like, I gotta do more. Look at this. Look. He did a backflip. He does a backflip. And then immediately goes into a roll. It's like, stop, man. Look at his face. To be fair, you don't have the parkour build. I'm telling you right now, you've probably never encountered a person like this. Like, I grew up with a lot of people like this, okay? So for that reason, it's just like, it terrifies me. Like, the goon build, the permanent henchman. Mr. Saxo Beat is also the perfect song for this person, okay? The average Turkish teenager was literally just constantly moving like this guy. Yes, bro. That's why it like freaks me out. Feels like I'm about to get bullied or some shit. Okay, this is, what the fuck is this? Immediately I saw this sign. Monkeys fucking hate rain. Called Mongs. What? Dude, I love Asian culture. This is in every, bro, shit like this is in every Asian country. It's like seeing the fucking like the t-shirts that people wear in like Japan and in Korea. They just have like broken English on it. Like sometimes they just have like random English words, which is funny because like we do that shit too. We literally do that exact same thing, but with like, you know, Chinese or Japanese lettering. He's French Moroccan, and of course he started as the Jokar guy. He's gotten so much better. He's gotten so much better. His shit was ass 4 years ago, bro. His shit was ass 4 years ago. Had to get out of Paris and find some Asian swag. This is ruining the magic. Yeah, no, he's gotten like way fucking sicker since then. Like, look at this now. Ah! Ah! No! No! Ah! Oh my god. This song better in my opinion. No, Saxo Beat is perfect for him though. This is his classic song. He always plays Heartburn. Ah! I'm telling you, he's a fucking menace. He has too much energy. It freaks me out. He has too much energy. The dude needs that shit they gave JFK's little sister. You mean a lobotomy? What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, okay, dude. He's an Air Max wearer. He's good in my book. This proves people will watch anything. Oh, come on. This guy's obviously like, he fucking nailed a niche down, dude. And he's like, he's doing a great job. Some people might find this video disturbing. What? Doom shot, mother. I guess he's like a stunt guy, right? Like, this is what he does. Like, this is what he does normally. A lobotomy would make him stronger.
Doom shot, mother.
That's why he has so much energy. Some people are nuts. He's just the definition of built different, dude. He's gonna kick it. He's gonna do a spinning kick. Watch. Watch. Classic. Maybe he'll punch it. Oh, damn. I thought he was gonna hit it. I thought he was gonna do a classic spin kick. God damn! I like that this is off. This is no music because, like, now you understand how it makes me feel. This is the attention you wish you got in Japan? No, dude, I don't want this kind of attention. It's terrifying. No, I hate the speaker guy. This is the new guy on TikTok. I hate this guy.
This is a fill square, and I'm going to.
This guy is just like, it's too much. Okay, he fucking has a speaker on his head. He flips it. This speaker guy is like Canada's greatest cultural. Like they try to fucking make this guy a thing. It's not happening for me. Okay, Toronto needs to not exist in general.
Bitches, I don't give a fuck about much. I think I need me an ice spice. Yeah, I want me a munch. In the middle of the field, throw me a bomb, throwing it be like quarterback. Standing in the field, holding the bomb, throwing it like quarterback.
No. I can't stand Toronto, dude. What is this? Köklerimizi paylaştığımız Türk topraklarında duyduğumuz bağlılık ortak bir geçmişin ve kültürün izlerini taşır. Ancak bu bağ sadece sembollerle ifade edilen bir duygu değil, aynı zamanda birlikte çaba sarf ederek şekillendirilen bir sorumluluktur. Bu bağlamda düştüğümüz bir sorun var. Bu topraklara olan sevgimiz sadece kelimelerle mi sınırlı kalacak yoksa günlük eylemlerimizle mi pekişecek? Geçmişimizi korumak ve geleceğimizi birlikte inşa etmek için neler yapabiliriz? Bro got the extra long one too. He doesn't do shit. He just stands around. Kurulu düzen olmasa işte gelirdi. You gonna tell us what you read? No, it's too long. Talking about our shared Turkish roots and on Turkish soil, we feel a shared sense of whatever. Got the extra long fez. Have you seen this guy, Tohru dance? Are these gaijins in your For You page too? No. Bro, every Japanese crew needs a guy, I don't know why, that looks like this. Or Korean too. Every Asian country has this exact guy. I don't know how to describe it, but like if you watch Physical 100, you'll see this exact same guy, okay? Just a fucking blonde boy out of nowhere. But it feels weird because it's like a blonde boy who's like twinkish because like beauty standards in Japan and Asia are different than like the Western world. So like they still look kind of like twinkish. I don't know. There's something wrong with this, dude. They look weird.
Going down. That's right, I think she foreign. I think she foreign. Got passports, me and more. Study slow, got past that. She gon' waste some more.
There's just something weird about these guys. I don't know how to explain it. Bro, this entire, oh my God, this guy's like a height-fluencer. Oh my God. The entire thing for this guy is that he's tall. That's crazy. That's so weird, bro. That's so fucking odd. What the hell? This dude has 2.8 million followers. He's just a hypefluencer. Having zero confidence in 2019 to going on live TV. A butterfly can't see how beautiful its wings are. What is going on? What the fuck? Isn't that kind of your thing too? No, dude. People, first of all, I don't translate tall because I fucking sit all day in front of the camera. So most people are shocked at how tall I am when they meet me in real life. And secondly, I don't necessarily hype up my height in every fucking video. Which part do you like? 190. That's so funny. It's like, bro, I'm taller than this guy. That's the funniest. The funniest part about his content is that I'm also taller than him. Like, no, he's 6'2", I think. Yeah, he's only 6'2". I thought he'd be like 6'5". Yeah, he's 6'2", bro. What the fuck? Like, I mean, I can't be talking shit, bro. I did this. I mean, there's a tic tag of me being tall in Japan. What the fuck? I wonder who wrecked all. I don't know what that is, but damn, bro. I be posting bangers. Look at this. This has 1.3 million views. It's just me fucking talking to the. Oh my God. I need to. This is 800,000 views, bro. I need to be posting TikToks like this. The fuck am I waiting on Ostenox for? Where is the me being tall in Japan? Oh, here. This is mine. I was kind of fucked up here, dude. I was drunk as hell, dude. God, I miss Japan so much. But can you do a backflip into a somersault? No, that's why it freaks me out. Eunice freaks me out for that reason. My For You page is better. What the fuck? No, it's not. I gotta run around. I gotta go back to Japan and just like walk around. You lost a lot of weight in the face since then. I just lost a lot of weight in general. That was 2023. I was like 260 pounds back then. I'm 230 now. No, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Why is this guy framing this dog, bro? Yo, chill. I can't imagine the amount of stress this dog has. Language 0%, understanding 100%. I think the dog need a lawyer. You're a liar. You're a liar and a son of a bitch. The dog is bad sometimes. No, the dog is not bad. Shut up. Hi. Hello. This dog is dead. I don't know what happened. She didn't even run around that much this morning. I think it's the period. One of the best Japan trip clips.
Sit here? Oh, good. He said Godzilla? Godzilla. Godzilla. Yes.
That was so sick. This one got me good today.
This is what Europeans think America is like. I wake up at 8 a.m. to the sound of gunshots and violence. Then after that, I have breakfast. An 18-piece fried...
Okay, that's literally what America is like, though. Like, that's not... So what? Europeans... This is what Europeans think America is like? As in, this is exactly what America is like?
chicken bucket with a 2-liter bottle of Coke. Then at 9 a.m., I start my daily commute from Los Angeles, California to New York City. Along the way, I drive through intense poverty and homelessness. I will do nothing about it. At 10 a.m., I arrive in New York City. I talk loudly about how great America is. At 11 o'clock, I decide to head down to Miami.
Okay, I'm not even joking. This is accurate, except for like obviously the destinations between Los Angeles and New York. Many people think that like our country is as fucking tiny and minuscule as their micronation is in Europe. You know what I mean? That's why they can't comprehend the fucking size of America. But having said that, beyond that, most of this is true. It's valid.
Miami. At 11:45, I arrive in Miami. This is where I get my tan. After that, I head back to Los Angeles. It's awesome that I'm able to visit all 3 American cities in one day. Around 1 p.m., I go out to eat for lunch. I leave the waiter a large cash tip of $100. At 1:30 p.m., I publicly lean against the wall to rest. At 2 p.m., I get my paycheck from my 9-to-5 job. I spend 60 hours a week working. I value money and status the most of anything in my life. Around 3:30 p.m., there's another shooting. Around 4, I discover that there's a war going on in another country.
How would you ever start a war on your own continent?
At 6 p.m., I have dinner, an entire apple pie that I wash down with a 2-liter of Coca-Cola. Then at 9 p.m., there's an alien invasion. This seems to only happen to the important countries. And that's my day.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that says this is like invalid is just a dedicated coper, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. This is 100p real. Like that is valid.
This is a day in the life of an American in Europe. I wake up in the morning with no AC to the smell of cigarettes drenched in sweat. At 9 a.m., I get picked up.
Okay, this is also real. What the fuck? This is literally how it is. This is... Okay, these guys are just making documentaries that they mask as like lulls for the ha-has. But this is just correct. Down to the outfit, everything that's going on.
Pocketed. Then I go out for breakfast. The service around here is a load of crap. After 45 minutes, I finally get a standard European portion of food. At 10 a.m., I wash it down with some real food. Then I go to the beach. A couple of the women forgot to put on their tops today. At 1 o'clock, I get pickpocketed. I go out at 3 p.m. and all the stores are closed and everyone's sleeping. Bunch of lazy bums. At 3:30, the heat gets to me and I need to take a quick power nap. Then I head to the Americanized part of town so I can feel comfortable. Then I eat more real food. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman ruthlessly pickpockets me. All that pickpocketing has made me really hungry. At 5 o'clock, it's time for a quick pickpocketing. Then I'm feeling a little homesick, so I stop and grab some American food. At 6 p.m., I set my backpack down for 0.2 seconds. It instantly gets stolen from me. At 7, I feel bad for myself, but then I remember something. I'm American. I'm rich. This is all just play money to me. And that's my day.
It's true, dude. What the fuck? Did you see this one? Is so cute.
Oh, these kids are coming. What's up?
Elementary school students.
Okay.
We study English now. May
Cool.
I interview you?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. We ask 3 questions.
Okay.
What's your name?
Coleman. Do I spell that? How do you spell it?
Where are you from?
America, United States.
He just said, "Shut the fuck up, white boy." Time for question number 2. This is the cutest shit, bro. School kids have the same garb that they wear. Like, they wear the same hats. Like, when they're walking in the morning. That shit was awesome.
Ever been there? You been there?
I from Shiga.
Oh, okay.
Japanese Shiga. What Japanese food do you like?
Oh, this one.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Sign please.
Okay. Nice to meet you guys.
This is a thank you gift.
Oh, cool. What's that? Crane? Oh, okay. Cool. Whoa, what is this? A dragon.
Whoa, that's sick.
Cool. 1, 2, 3.
That's sick.
Weekend as a 28-year-old living in Chicago. Started my day off with a guru and making my bed. It was mental awareness day at my company, so I got brunch with my friend Lizzie and had a few drinks. Then I met up with Devlin and we kayaked the Chicago River. It was actually pretty dope. Priscilla had never been to the...
I can't tell if this is a meme or if this is real, bro. I hate these videos. That, like, the ones... I can't tell if this is a fucking joke or not. Like, because there's so many of these that are real and they are literally identical, bro. They are... The real ones are indistinguishable from the fake ones, okay?
The Field Museum, so we had to check it out. Then we headed to El Paraiso for some drinks and vibes. The tacos were scrumptious. We also got a margarita tower, so yeah. After that, I had to take my 4Runner to the shop to get a new transmission. Then I came home and just chilled a little before going to see Bill Maher at the Chicago Theater. He absolutely crushed. After the show, I met up with Lindsay Jacobellis and her sister Malmo for tequila shots and yet another Marg Tower. It was so much fun. Then we went to Rind for their stuffed pineapple, which was absolutely to die for. And their snow crab was pretty good too. Here's at Brow Brow in Tomlin Square with Jake, Ben, and Jordan. My friends are the craziest. More drinks, then we went to Rosemary for small bites, and somehow we ended up going to Medieval Times. I don't know, the rest of the night was kind of a blur. Woke up Saturday and took lunch for a waltz. We found cicada skin and I tried to get him to eat it, but he didn't. Another guru, then a much needed pork chop from the Golden Nugget. Rosie invited me to go to the Museum of Ice Cream, which was actually pretty dope. She's so precious. Then we got hungry, so I made pesto aioli to put on some Italian ogies. After a couple rounds of Zathura, we went to the world's largest Starbucks, then met up with Kenzie and Marvin at the Museum of Ice Cream, which was actually pretty dope. Got a Marg Tower, then I had a dessert date with Kara at the Museum of Ice Cream, and then we got hungry, so we grabbed a bite at Wendell's. Me and Jira had reservations at Heidsieck for their Alpana, and then got Londo at Tanta, which I highly recommend. It was pretty wiped, so then I just chilled for a few. Met up with my girlfriend Darla at Legoland, then caught a rooftop movie with her friend KP, and stopped at Target on the way to Bobo for drinks. Then stopped at Target before going to Cafe Menu on the East Loop for Georgina's 45th. I got the numbers.
Bro, Turks in the chat. Bu insanlar gerçek mi abi? İmdat. No, this is a joke. But like the thing that it is parodying is literally almost identical. Okay? Here's what happens, okay? When interest rates are 0, money is basically free. What that means is you can have all of these fucking banks basically dump a shitload of money into a bunch of businesses that have no fucking future prospects whatsoever. Then those businesses turn around with the unlimited money supply that they have and do stuff like, Mental Health Awareness Day. Instead of actually paying their workers a meaningful wage, they decide to do Mental Health Awareness Day and free food and snacks. And also they let you, not really do too much at your place of work. So then you turn around and you film your day in the life for all to see. And it breaks normal people's brains because normal people don't work at like Airbnb or whatever the fuck. This is 100% fake. No, this is fake, but the one it's parodying off of is not fake. The original video that this is like parodying is pretty close to this. It's just like half this length of this video.
At the Museum of Ice Cream.
This is fake, though.
At the Plunge Holes and Cafe Menu on the East Loop for Georgina's 45th. I got the number 6, which includes pizza, salad, stir fry, and pasta, which I highly recommend. Tyler had an acoustic set at the Plunge Holes, so I stopped by that and then went to Ben's performance at a dope garage in Roscoe Village. Then it was time for dinner at D'Angelo's, where you have to get the cheeseburger egg rolls and hummus and tacos. I got us a pair of Marg Towers at Itola 1-1 in Lincoln Park, and then I had a beautiful drive home. I spent the night teaching guitar online and then watched Trumbo for like the billionth time. Woke up on Sunday and hit TJ's in Pilsen with Allison Peckler. My wife and husband thought it'd be a good day for a hike, so we did that. After that, I ranked every girl I know on a scale of 1 to 10 and wrote apology letters to the sub-4s. Yet another Mark Tower. Went on a hike with Aaron, then Friendsgiving at Lena's condo, and we played some VR and made hot dogs and saw a comedy show and made some of my famous aioli.
And I guess that was my weekend.
My wife and her husband. Ay, ay, ay. This TikTok is extremely your shit. I've seen this already. No, it's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Don't do this to me. My older sister lives in Chicago and her Instagram stories look exactly like this. I don't even know when she works. This one's even crazier. White men in China. Good one, dude. We're looking at fun TikToks. You don't have to ruin it, okay? Can you watch this fan cam?
Nigga, it's just big me, nigga. Bum.
I've already watched this. I already like
what the fuck the big 3? Nigga, it's just big me, nigga. Bum. What? I'm really like that. And your best work is a light pack, nigga. Prince outlive.
Problematic that all the Marxist Leninists you love, the World War II expansionist style Nazi edits for military conquest. Check yourself. Why do you guys always like these videos? Yeah, dude. You yeah, come on, dude. Come on. Come on. You're the EU flag. Like, how the fuck? Like, what are you saying? Dudes in a fucking American colony being like, this shit's problematic. And like, if he didn't have the flag, it's one thing. You know what I mean? He follows you. Of course he follows.
Jack, nigga, bum. For all your dogs getting buried, that's a K with all these nines. He gon' see Pet Cemetery, nigga.
Yeah, it's always dudes who are like riding for the Fourth Reich, being like, man, it certainly is problematic. Maya got some Anatolian Shepherd puppies. Oh, dude. We can't see it, but let me tell you, okay? Did you see that you all from TikTok has you on a hit list? What hit list for what? I like Yuval. It's probably a meme. My favorite TikTok in a while.
Bro, so the nigga Spongebob, right? He go on strike with Squidward because Mr. Krabs start tripping. They go and do the whole picket line, do not cross. The niggas just got fired, please. Niggas is still going in the Krusty Krab, getting delicious burgers and kelp shakes and shit. SpongeBob, the nigga SpongeBob even signed a nigga Spatula that was going to take his job. It's not looking good out there. Mr. Krabs come out gloating, tripping, flexing. Awesome.
Isn't this a real episode? This is a real episode of Spongebob Kare Pantalon.
Rev up that unemployment. And that set SpongeBob off. And what I want to say is, you don't really want to make a nigga like Bob snap like that. Because the nigga went home and then he came back and destroyed the Krusty Krab. But when he went home, the nigga Bob just so thorough, bro. Like, when he really set his mind, laid up. No shirt, no pants. Shoes and socks on in the bed. Slapping some, hey there, Mr. Boss Man, I'ma quit in this here job. Really burning it into his head. Off the vinyls. He's an archivist. You don't know a nigga dead or alive ready to go to war like that. Now, I don't really mess with too many SpongeBob theories, but it's this one. It's kind of lighthearted, but they did a fit check on his parents, and his parents had on some real nice stuff. Mom had some pearls on, and SpongeBob might come from money. This episode supports that because he didn't even need his check in the beginning. He was getting his check. He was like, Mr. Krabs, I don't need money. Grilling is my passion. Nigga doing it straight off the love. Damn near went on strike for nothing. Play with Bob if you want to. That nigga went to the Krusty Krab in the middle of the night and took a bite out that motherfucker.
Okay, I want to see that episode. Can we watch that episode? Aren't SpongeBob episodes like 10 minutes long? Can we find that shit? We can watch it right now. What the hell is this?
Bingo, I got action. Slip and fall. Oh, pimp down, pimp in disgrace. Oh my God, pimp down, pimp in distress. I need $150 million. I need it. I was just bullshitting, man. I was just bullshitting. I know. I was just bullshitting. That's for my YouTube channel. Oh, okay. I told him I wouldn't shoot.
Do we have the? Is there a way to watch the SpongeBob episode? I want to watch the full epi. Let's do it. That's that. I mean, no. That's a national. That is a violation of labor law. You need to hit the NLRB immediately. That is illegal. Just saying. Yeah. You can't do that. Okay? You straight up cannot do that. You have rights. Your boss cannot just fire you specifically because you told him you want to unionize. It is illegal. That is illegal in even the United States of America. Now, of course, when you do take it up to the NLRB, they might issue an injunction and force the corporation to rehire you at least during the negotiations process. Now, having said that, if you live in the United States of America, and let's say I'm just pulling a random coffee shop chain out of my ass, Starbucks, right? Let's say there's 7 employees in a Memphis Starbucks that want to unionize. And then let's say that the coffee shop decides that that's not a great idea, especially because you're speaking to the media about wanting to unionize. This is a totally random hypothetical. Definitely must not have happened at all, right? Kind of specific, but I just like to operate like that. I like to make specific hypothetical examples. Okay? So maybe the NLRB comes in and says, no, you can't fire these people. You have to rehire them. Maybe you don't want to do that, and you think, I don't know, perhaps we could take this through the court system all the way up to, in this hypothetical, let's say there's a Supreme Court. There's like federal courts, there's lower courts, and then there's a Supreme Court. You take it all the way up to the Supreme Court, and then there's a 8-1 decision, because there's 9 Supreme Court justices in this hypothetical scenario that all say that, no, actually, Starbucks does not have to rehire these employees that were fired specifically because they wanted to unionize. Making said process a lot harder next time the NLRB wants to come in and force a company to, what is this link? Supreme Court in Starbucks ruling curbs labor regulators' authority. Huh. In a blow to the National Labor Relations Board, the justices made it more difficult to order employees to reinstate fired workers. What? Bro, what? I said we should form a union once, kind of as a joke on my Burger King job when I was like 16, and the longtime manager said they'll just shut the branch down. Is that true? No. No, they will not shut the branch down. No, your manager was being a manager, which was his job is to make sure that you can't fucking unionize and don't unionize. No, of course they are not going to shut the branch down, bro. What the fuck? Now, having said that, Burger Kings are franchised, so it's a little different. But let's say it's not a franchise. Let's say so Walmart, for example, in a hypothetical. Let's say it's a hypothetical Walmart style situation. I'm just making this corporation up in my mind. Is there even a corporation called Walmart? They could perhaps shut down an entire branch if the branch decides to unionize. Now, they might do that. It's just you got to look at it on a case-by-case basis. In this hypothetical situation that I brought up, in this random example that I brought up of a company called Walmart, let's say, chose to burn down a branch instead of allow it to unionize. Anyway, let's continue. What? Guys, I keep making up these random examples. What's going on? It's like I keep making up these random hypothetical examples that certainly didn't happen in the real world. And the pure coincidence of it all. Surely, if I were to, like, I don't know, make a random hypothetical example up, like let's say there's a corporation, right? And they're in the banana business. Okay. Let's say there's a corporation and they're in the banana business, okay? Like you're united in your development of bananas in the way that you procure bananas, like a United Fruit Corporation type situation, okay? Let's say that there's a lot of discontent. Surely in this hypothetical scenario, the Banana Corporation would never hire right-wing paramilitary groups to assassinate certain members. And then it would only take like nearly 100 years for the victims' families to ever get any kind of like acknowledgement or legal repercussions. What? Banana Giant held liable for funding paramilitaries? What is... According to the United States, has found multinational fruit company Chiquita Brands International liable for financing a Colombian paramilitary group. What? The group, the United Self-Defense Forces of Colombia, was designated by the U.S. as a terrorist organization at the time? What's next? You're going to tell me that pineapples played a big role in, like, colonizing an entire fucking island? Shut the fuck up, okay? Or that we had another island, like America had another island nation that was basically... like a sugar plantation and a tourism destination for the mob, and that that the island was like run by a dictator that America was giving guns to, and then the people of said island were like, yo, this shit kind of sucks, we should probably not allow this to continue happening, and then like they violently overthrew the dictator. In the process, the United States government was still continuously arming the fucking brutal dictator. It's just, I mean, come on, this is silly stuff. This never happens. And certainly did not happen with your favorite beverage company, Coca-Cola. That did not happen. Okay. Following a civil case brought by 8 Colombian families whose relatives were killed by the AUC, Chiquita has been ordered to pay $38 million in damages to the family. Chiquita said in a statement that it intended to appeal against the jury's verdict, arguing that there's no legal basis for the claims. The AUC engaged in widespread human rights abuses in Colombia, including murdering people that's suspected of links with left-wing rebels. The victims ranged from trade unionists to banana workers. Chiquita pleaded guilty in 2007 to making payments to the AUC. It's all right, guys. It took 100 fucking years, but during the 2007 trial, it was revealed that Chiquita had made payments amounting to more than $1.7 million to the AUC in the 6 years from 1997 to 2004. Huh. What? The Banana Giant said that it began making the payments after the leader of the AUC at the time, Carlos Castaño, implied that the staff property belonging to Chiquita's subsidiary in Colombia could be harmed if the money was not forthcoming. The group demobilized in 2006 after reaching a peace deal with the government. The company said it remained confident that its legal position would ultimately prevail. Well, turns out it didn't. Okay. I was thinking of I thought this was about the banana massacre. It's not. This is a different banana massacre. Same company though. Anyway, good thing. Listen, Coca-Cola would never do such a thing. What is this? Coca-Cola killings? After the leader of their union was shot down at their plant gate late in 1996, Edgar Paez said the co-workers of the Coca-Cola bottling factory in Carepa, Colombia tried for more than 4 years to get their government to take action against the responsible parties. What? Okay, let's just get back to we were watching Spongebob. I don't know why that's beautiful, dude. Wow. I mean, good thing this doesn't happen. This type of stuff only happens in cartoons. And this is technically not political. You know what I mean? What's politics is the top of the hour ad break, however, where there are a society filled to the brim with haves and have-nots, right? Haves have a subscription for $5 or for free. They get to watch the HasanAbi broadcast ad free. The have-nots, on the other hand, have to use their Twitch Prime in an effort to avoid seeing those ads at the top of the hour. But the 3-minute ad break is here regardless. Squidward isn't just a leftist. He isn't just an ML. He's a Maoist. When you watch this as an adult and it suddenly isn't as funny. A lot of people say, Hasan, you never have theory. You never show theory. You don't have theory in the, you don't do theory sessions. Well, here it is, dude. Dialectical analysis of the present conditions of the struggle. I mean, this is cool. Where were the defended kids from leftist shit motherfuckers go when this episode came out? I guess too busy protesting $1.65 pay increase of their Walmart job. Mr. Crab has no insurance.
No. This is horrible.
What is it, Doctor?
This man has no insurance.
He'll never be able to afford this room.
You're right, nurse. Extract the patient to the hallway. Stat!
Like, how do Europeans watch this? Like, Europeans watch this and go like, I do not understand the memes here. What is so funny? This does not happen. Insurance. Isn't that what you pay for with your taxes? And then the hospital is free? What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? I do not understand it.
Doctor?
Yes, doctor.
Regarding your patient, doctor, I have come to this conclusion.
Yes, go on.
We have to surgically remove him from out in front of the candy machine so I can get to the Nutty Nut Bar.
Of course. Nurse!
I'm on it.
Excuse me, Doctor.
Administrator Flotsam, what can I do for you?
It has come to my attention that your patient, Mr. Krabs, is out on the front sidewalk.
Yes, he is.
Oh, what were you thinking, man? We're trying to run a business here. We can't leave patients on the sidewalk.
Not to worry. Nurse!
I'm on it.
Base gumball clip. Oh, I remember this. This is a social justice warrior. This is when chatters come and chirp at me, only to find out that I can outflank them on the wokeness scale.
Whole grain bread, it's far better for you. Not everyone can afford organic stores, Carmen. Maybe you should check your privilege. I just meant that eating too much processed food is a big factor in weight gain, and I...
And what? Big people shouldn't be proud of who they are?
No, of course not. I mean, ask your doctor and he will tell you.
He? Why would you assume the doctor is he? Is it because you assume a woman can't be a doctor?
What is this?
I have studied the martial ways of the social justice warrior. Fight me in an argument if you dare. Perish under the sword of my self-righteousness.
But Gumball, exploiting those powers to win some petty argument will just hurt the cause of the people who really need our help.
Wait, no, my powers!
Instead of fighting, why don't we just hug it out?
Wait, stop! What are you doing?
I forgive you.
No! The shame again! It's all coming back at me! And I can't even be...
This is literally every chatter that comes in here, by the way. Every single one of you motherfuckers at a certain point turn into this character who wields the martial arts of the social justice warrior, not for like some emancipatory reason, but for some own personal, narcissistic, unimaginably selfish desire to make yourself the center of attention. Okay? And then I pull the cactus move and I say, I forgive you, it's all right.
Angry about it.
And then instead of turning around and being like, okay, never mind, this shit is like fine. What is this? Why is Tim Pool's doing these videos a lot, huh? Liberal woman shocked to realize she's pro-abortion and not pro-choice. This is a comedian, okay? Stop sending me the Squidward commie speech. Dude out here making stories about us. No, you banners don't lie. I've actually never disagreed with you on but one topic, how parents express their love to their kids. Wait, what? London is after midnight.
Irish, lesbians, Gaelic.
What?
What do you call two Irish lesbians? Gaelic.
Your entire chat is begging you to move on from this video. No, they're not. Hikikomori, the haunting echoes of eugenics in Japan. I'm not going to do that. We've done enough Japanese stuff. The only thing I hate about you is how you feel about Burger King. Burger King is so bad, bro. Burger King is so bad. It is literally the worst out of all the big franchise burger joints. Is ass. Wendy's on top. I would rather have McDonald's than Burger King. Well, not right now because, you know, BDS, but I think every chatter has realized they have one disagreement with you and holds on to that forever. Burger King's BDS. Okay, well, I'm not eating Burger King either. I'm just saying it's just so bad. I've been doing Burger King BDS before BDS put Burger King on the list, okay? No, I'm not going to watch the Banana Republic Salmonella Academy video. The fuck is wrong with this weirdo? No fucking way. No. Is it homophobic to think being gay is wrong, but you don't mind them? Yes. Why the fuck do you think being gay is wrong? Bro's been in here since 2020. I guess it's better than fucking thinking that being gay is wrong. And also simultaneously, what is this? What? Nick Marks in the chat. Yeah, he was trying to do a top of the hour ad break debate, but like we already ran it. You missed it. Oh, here's the link for Maya's link for Maya's puppies. I got it right here.
At this. Look
Turkish
at this
puppies.
incredible creature. The body mass, the flexibility, the stamina, the malleability.
Dude, the thing about, oh God, I love puppies so much, even though they're such little shits, especially Kaya. Oh my God, Kaya was such a fucking demon when she was a puppy. But like that little tummy that they have when they're so fat, they're like so pear-shaped. Oh my God, I just want to put my nose over there and go boo, boo, boo, boo, boo, boo, boo, boo, boo, and blow little raspberries. They're going to get so big. They're going to get so fucking big. Oh God, I love dogs so much.
He's a weapon. He's swimming. He's on the ground. He's a weapon of mass destruction.
Wow.
He's gonna save the world one day, chat. Another one.
Oh my God, you're huge. Is this bulldozer? Why is he so big?
Ugh. What the heck? You're telling me you're the same age as that puppy? Oh, sorry. No, it's okay. Oh. Would you like to say anything to them?
Chat, they don't have names, but if you'd like to call them something, you can call them Stinky or give them nicknames based on the crimes that they've committed.
Come here, Arson! Come here, fraud! He's biting him! Ah! Oh my God, WWE! Beep, beep, beep. Hello!
Look, he can also be used as a bioweapon.
He delivers all the pepperonis to the village.
Puppies make me clinically insane, so I don't know what I'm talking about.
Are they farm dogs or something? Why does she have so many? Yeah, no. I assume she got them to... I assume she got them specifically from probably one of her neighbors that uses them as their farm dogs. If she actually got them herself. For herself. This is Sweden's JFK mystery.
At 11:15 p.m. on
Olof
February
Palme?
28, 1986, in downtown Stockholm, longtime Prime Minister of Sweden, Olof Palme, and his wife Lisbeth left the Grand Cinema and began walking down Sveavägen Avenue to a nearby subway station to catch a train home.
Rest in
they
power.
had no security detail. The Prime Minister often preferred to go among the public as if he were an ordinary citizen. Passing the Adolf Fredrik Church, they crossed to the east side of the street and continued heading south. They paused to look in a shop window, but only briefly. Then, as they crossed the intersection with Tunnelgatan Alley,
We do stuff like this on Saturday Funday. Shut the fuck up. Gone but not forgotten. Oh, he's definitely fucking forgotten. And I feel like any kind of social democracy in this country now is like accompanied with severe austerity and hatred of Muslims.
Even before Mrs. Palme fell to her knees over her husband, Anna Haga stopped at a red light nearby, caught sight of a man collapsed on the sidewalk as a nearby figure dashed into the adjacent alley. Fearing an emergency and being a nursing student herself, she leapt from the car and ran to the man lying on the snow-dusted sidewalk. She saw blood coming from his mouth. This was bad. She reached for his neck. No pulse. She turned him on his back and began chest compressions and attempting mouth-to-mouth. Within moments, a man passing in a taxi, Stefan Glantz, joined her efforts. Neither of them had any idea this was the Prime Minister. This was just an ordinary citizen. After disputing with the victim's wife about the importance of the life-saving efforts, someone else began to try to move the victim's legs, saying he ought to be lying on his side. Anna told him off, saying this man's heart had already stopped. This was all they could do. She was so engrossed in her work, she made no memory of his face.
This is unrelated, but there's so much blood on the bed. On Kaya's bed. It's crazy. This girl is bleeding right now. Jesus Christ. Maybe that's why she's sleeping all the time, from the fucking loss of blood. Free bleeding queen. I know. I didn't want to put the diapers back on because she fucking hates them.
Lars Jepsen snapped his head over his right shoulder and saw a man on Sveavägen just ahead fall to the ground into his view. He must have been shot. Then footsteps on the opposite side of Tunnelgatan, but some kind of shed obstructed the source of the noise. Lars turned to look over his left shoulder. A glimpse. Someone, it had to be a man, seemed to fumble with something as he ran toward the nearby stairs. Then, quick as he came, he was obscured again. Lars dashed after the man, who was now bounding up the stairs. Before pursuing him further, Lars stopped and looked at the man lying on the ground. He wondered if he should help, but he saw others rushing to do so. It was up to him to chase the shooter. He went to the stairs, but stopped again at the first step. He didn't want to follow too closely. At the top of the stairs, he saw the shooter pause, only for a split second, and glance over his right shoulder before disappearing. Lars ran as fast as he could, but he never caught another certain glimpse of the shooter. Stig Engström only heard one loud pop as he left his office building at 44 Sveavägen. He figured it was a car's exhaust bang, nothing unusual as downtown noise goes. As he proceeded down the street, after attempting to check his watch, he saw a man lying on the ground, whom he presumed to be a passed-out drunk. A woman was on her knees beside him, asking for someone to call an ambulance. A young man and woman hovered over him, and then he saw the blood coming from the man's mouth. Now he knew something was wrong. The older woman said he was shot, and the killer had run down Tunnelgatan. Engström looked down that way and saw the silhouette of a figure standing there against a lighted wall, looking in their direction. He looked back at the body on the ground, then back down Tunnelgatan. The man was gone. Then he tried to help turn the victim on his side to help drain the blood away, but he was already dead. Except Engström's story changed a lot. In fact, his behavior became so bizarre and untrustworthy, he eventually became a suspect in Palma's murder. In 2020, Swedish police even pronounced with certainty that he was the murderer. But Engström committed suicide in 2000. With nobody to put on trial, after nearly 35 years of active investigation into the murder of one of Europe's most controversial Cold War-era leaders, the police closed the case. And who?
Obviously, you know why he's considered controversial. I mean, or let's just say he's considered controversial, which should be a red flag. Or not a red flag, but in our case, like the good red flag, as in a green flag, technically. If that makes sense.
Who really killed Olof Palme remains a mystery. Of course, to understand why someone would want to kill Olof Palme, we need to know.
Controversial isn't communist, or controversial, not a communist, but a leftist. And no, not controversial as a Nazi. You think the CIA was executing Nazis during the Cold War? Or at least, like, you think that's what was happening? No, they were fucking putting them in positions of power.
What he was wearing. Check the police report. It's accurate. We also need to know what kind of guy he was. So who was Olof Palme? In short, He was a man of contradictions. Born in 1927 to a wealthy conservative family, Palme would go on to become one of the most consequential social democratic politicians in Swedish history. An aristocrat turned champion of the working class. Moreover, as a young man, when he traveled to America, he would spend a year studying at a fine liberal arts college before bumming it across the country as a hitchhiker. By the way, that school he went to, Kenyon College, pretty cool. Not that we're biased or anything. Anyways, to Palme, America was both an inspiration, possessing a remarkable spirit of equality and openness, and a cautionary tale, as inequality and racism showed the perils of failing to commit fully to one's ideals. But his travels didn't end there. In Eastern Europe, he grew to despise Soviet totalitarianism, and in Southeast Asia, he saw the colonized peoples of the world demanding recognition of their rights to self-determination. As he returned to Sweden, Palme knew one thing very clearly. The Sweden which raised him, which chose neutrality in World War II, and the Sweden which existed today, which chose silence in the Cold War, could no longer be tolerated. If Sweden wanted to practice politics of equality at home, it had to start doing so on the world stage, standing up for the downtrodden not just domestically, but internationally. As luck would have it, political opportunity fell right into his lap. As in 1951, Palme happened to meet then Prime Minister Tage Erlander on a chance train ride as he was traveling home, alone and among the ordinary folk, as social democratic politicians so often did. Erlander was immediately impressed with Palme, and soon enough, Palme was the Prime Minister's personal secretary. Over time, his responsibilities grew, and so did the public's awareness of his contradictions. Here was a social democratic politician campaigning for the everyman, but who was clearly not one of them. He came from a wealthy family for one, but more importantly, Palme was haughty and strident.
Classic, by the way. Oh, dude, I can't believe you care for the plight of the working class, and yet you come from a wealthy background. Oh my God. Seems to me like you are rife with contradictions. Seems hypocrite much? Hypocrite much?
A man of immense talent and capability, and who wasn't necessarily humble about it. Still, he overcame the criticism and became prime minister in 1969. Immediately, he sought to remake Sweden's foreign policy, abandoning quiet neutrality in favor of an aggressive third way between America and the Soviet Union, a fierce critic of American hypocrisy and Soviet horrors all the same. The principle was simple. The downtrodden of the world had a friend in Olof Palme's Sweden.
These simple facts inevitably raise the question of equality, of a more equal distribution between countries and within countries. We are beginning to see the outlines of this problem and the consequences, but we are not yet ready to accept the full implications of international solidarity.
Americans have hypocrisy,
Of
but the
course.
Soviets has horrors. Yeah, I think this content creator is a little bit of a liberal, but it's fine. I don't give a shit.
Making such friends brings plenty of enemies. At home, as economic troubles began to worsen, critics regarded Palme as more interested in those suffering outside Sweden than within. Though he led his party to its first defeat in 40 years, only 6 years later, in 1982, he led a return to power and return to form, making Sweden into the country of support for South Africa's ANC in their fight against apartheid.
This
among
was a big
other
no-no.
efforts. Palme was a brilliant, difficult man. His aspirations were equality, democracy, and international fraternity, but at the same time, he liked the spotlight and was stubborn to a fault. Paradoxically, Palme desperately wanted to be like the people he fought so hard for. So, on that cold February night, Palme dismissed his security guard and set out to see a movie, as if he were just an ordinary citizen. From the moment Olof Palme hit the ground, police were behind the curve. Multiple witnesses phoned emergency services immediately, but police were late to the crime scene, giving the killer crucial time to escape. Palma took minutes to identify, given Lisbeth's non-responsive state of shock, and at headquarters, police failed to put out a call for additional manpower, while Stockholm wasn't locked down until 3 hours after the murder.
That's just how interesting. I guess they just, they couldn't fire up the Volvos, dude. How curious.
At the crime scene, witness questioning was terribly disorganized. Several key witnesses with crucial testimony were sent home. The police perimeter was too small, and passersby trampled over key evidence, including the bullet used to kill Palma. As time went on, maverick cops developed their own pet theories. The lead investigator was convinced that a leftist Kurdish group was behind the assassination. Now, this wasn't totally...
Dude, this is my favorite shit. They're like, when in doubt, blame the fucking Kurds is so funny. When in doubt, blame a ethnic minority.
Totally implausible at first, but he held on to it even as it became increasingly clear there was nothing really to go on. He even shut down an inquiry into Stig Engstrom, thinking his own theory needed the attention and resources. All this police misconduct snowballed, leaving an increasingly cold trail. The murder weapon, determined by ballistics investigations to be a .357 Magnum, was never found, despite there only being 10 such weapons missing under suspicious circumstances in the entire country. Even as more plausible suspects emerged, the evidence against them was often circumstantial. Capturing the killer started to look more and more unlikely, if not downright impossible. With little in the way of decisive detective work to narrow things down, the list of suspects in Olof Palme's murder is immense, running the gamut from completely deranged to highly plausible. Usually, intricate theories of tightly organized conspiracies end up on the deranged end of the spectrum, but in the case of Olof Palme, there's one such theory worth considering: the South African connection. The motive is simple. Palme was the foremost political figure in the West supporting the fight against apartheid. For South Africa's white supremacist government, killing Palme could do wonders. So when Palme died, a few people did point at South Africa. But it wasn't actually until 1996, 10 years after the murder and 2 years after the end of apartheid, that the theory gained any steam. As the new black South African government was sorting through the crimes of the period, a former government agent named Eugene de Kock alleged that a spy known to have assassinated a number of anti-apartheid...
When you Google Olof Palme's murder, here's a CI.gov article that comes up. Approved for release in 2010, the Executive Intelligence Review. Why did Moscow kill Premier Olof Palme? The Science of Statecraft by Lyndon H. LaRouche. Founder and contributing editor Lyndon H. LaRouche Jr. Fucking Larouchites on top. This is the Executive Intelligence Review by it's a LaRouche paper that I mean it's just archived by the CIA. Anyway, let's continue.
Families, Craig Williamson, had orchestrated the Palme murder. Now, de Kock didn't say much else, but independent journalists have pieced together a story. As it goes, Williamson was selected for the job because he'd spent years infiltrating Swedish organizations which supported the ANC. Rather than pulling the trigger, he would keep his hands clean. providing resources and intel to a Swedish middleman who hated Palma and had the connections to recruit someone for the actual dirty work.
By the way, the reason why they're saying there's like so many conspiracies and it's like hard to target who it is because he had a lot of haters for some of the most unimaginable crimes of all time. Being a European leader that was anti-apartheid. I believe he was also anti the Israeli apartheid as well, if I recall correctly. And being aligned or non-aligned directly with NATO and Western influence in terms of its relationship with pro-Vietnam, and also, like I said, not being outwardly anti-USSR. So for that reason, for all of those reasons, he was definitely like, he was a social democrat, but he was anti-imperialist, or rather, he was legitimately anti-imperialist in the sense that he wasn't just like anti-imperialist in the way that you hear pro-Vietnamese, not pro-Vietnam. Yes, I meant pro-Vietnamese. Vietnamese liberation. What I mean is that he was, while still being critical of the USSR, he was still not entirely anti-USSR in comparison to his European counterparts, and that puts a lot of targets on your back. It's a broad swath. It creates a broad swath of haters, many of which do have the capability of assassinating you. So it's hard. It's hard to figure out. It's hard to figure out exactly who out of all of his haters was actually successfully pulling the trigger. Why not all of them?
Enter Bertil Whedon.
Wait, then why did Moscow kill him if he didn't hate them? Wait, no, dude. Bro, chatter, you are, oh God, our Mormon chatter Neek skit. Once again, I show you a Laroshite newspaper, and just because it was archived by the CIA, you immediately assume that this is a paper of record. Okay? A paper written by a psychopathic cult leader. And you immediately, just because it was archived by the CIA, go, it must be right. Like, this isn't even the CIA's position. Okay? It's just archived by the CIA, and you still were like, yeah, it must be correct then. Mormons are so vulnerable to misinformation. Anyway.
An avowed Swedish right-winger who worked as a mercenary for Rhodesia's white supremacist government in the 1970s. Williamson and Whedon had met all the way back in 1980, and today stand accused of collaborating on the burglary of anti-apartheid activist offices in London, a charge which, if true, certainly helps paint the picture of these two men as international clandestine criminals. So, the South African government has a motive. Williamson and Whedon have the means. But what about opportunity? Here the theory gets a bit murky. Perhaps Whedon recruited a disaffected right-winger to do the job, someone without a lot of experience but with plenty of passion, and naive enough to take the fall if caught. Whoever the gunman, the theory goes, they would have been trailing Palma for some time, finally seen their chance that night after the movie, pulled the trigger, and fled.
How does this theory hold up? Well, there's a compelling motive, and Williamson was a serious guy, a bona fide killer. But it's pretty incomplete. Who actually pulled the trigger? There's not really much to say, despite some pretty rigorous journalistic work to figure it out. Not to mention, de Kock's accusation came at a time when former apartheid officials could get amnesty for their crimes by presenting evidence against each other. Now, that's not proof he was lying, but he would have had an incentive to do so. True or not, this theory points to important insights about power and identity. the core concepts at the heart of Palma's own story and personal contradictions. Williamson spent his entire career working tirelessly to deny recognition to an entire people, literally killing those who stood in his way. Apartheid South Africa's intense need to suppress the recognition of millions was a powerful force, one that, however unlikely, could have stretched thousands of miles onto a dark Stockholm street in February to kill a man who'd spent his life doing the opposite.
Several early witnesses, including Olaf's son, Martin, testified to seeing someone outside the Grand Cinema before and after the screening and following the Palmas as they left. The search for the so-called Grand Man led police first to Ulf Spinners, a seedy character who claimed to know something about the murder. In turn, they encountered Christer Pettersson, who, as a friend of Spinners, was able to provide him with an alibi. Interestingly, this was not the first time the police had met with Pettersson. After suffering a traumatic head injury as a young man, Pettersson developed a habit of substance abuse and addiction, and soon began landing himself in more trouble, ultimately stabbing a drug dealer to death in 1970, an event which garnered him prison time and the nickname the Bayonet Killer. But about that alibi, Pettersson claimed Spinners had been staying at his apartment on the edge of town. That evening, Pettersson had taken the train downtown to visit the Oxen Club, which was owned by drug dealer Sigge Sedergren. He then left the club around 10 p.m., taking the train home to arrive at about 11:30, a plausible timeline given his apartment's distance from central Stockholm. It all made sense. In fact, this whole group of lowlifes appeared to be a dead end. But after 2 years of fruitless investigations and a decision to retrace their steps, the police noticed an oversight. They hadn't bothered to ask Sedergren if he'd even seen Pettersson that night at the club. So in 1988, the police asked Sedergren, who was, ironically, at the tail end of a prison stint, about the affair. As it happens, he hadn't seen Pettersson that night at all. He volunteered an explanation for the mix-up. Perhaps Pettersson had wanted to buy some drugs and stopped by Sedergren's apartment. He lived near the Grand Cinema. Now they had a suspect. So they sought out Ulf Spinners once more, who now disputed the very story which provided him an alibi for the murder, asserting that Pettersson hadn't returned home until 12:30, ample time to have committed the crime. It was time to talk to Pettersson. His alibi didn't change much, but it was now, a couple of years later, more detailed. He'd left in the early evening, gone to the Oxen Club, hung out with Sedergren and his girlfriend, where, incidentally, he'd signed an affidavit as a witness to their opening a shared bank account, gotten drunk, taken the train home, fallen asleep, passed his stop, and had to go all the way back home, thus explaining his late arrival. Except neither Sedergren nor his girlfriend testified to seeing Pettersson at the club that night. And that document existed, but was undated. Pettersson just might be their culprit. So the police set up a lineup.
Yeah, no, this is like police malpractice to the point of, to such a degree that it is literally, I think, straight up voluntary. Dude, a head of state doesn't get assassinated and then have like this level of malpractice. Like, it has to be intentional. Like, you know.
A key Grand Man witness and Olof Palme's son Martin, who both testified to seeing someone follow the Palmes from the theater, picked out Pettersson, although quite tentatively. Then they called in Lisbeth Palme to view a video lineup. She refused to be anywhere near the killer, and she identified Pettersson, stating, "It's evident who it is." That was enough. Christer Pettersson was charged with the murder of Olof Palme. The trial that began in June of 1989 was a disaster. for Pedersen. His defense lawyer was unnecessarily confrontational with Lisbeth Palma, who remained a sympathetic figure with the Swedish public. In fact, Pedersen was convicted almost exclusively on the basis of her testimony. However, the conviction wasn't unanimous, and Pedersen was granted an appeal. 2 months later, citing evidence of Lisbeth Palma's state of shock and unreliability, along with police misconduct in nudging her selection at the lineup, while lacking evidence for any clear motive for Pedersen, his appeal was successful. Christer Pedersen was innocent.
Without compelling new evidence, it was impossible to retry him, even as he made...
But they're cops. Is it ridiculous to think that they're just that incompetent? Not to that degree, no. Bro, they let people walk over the crime scene. What are we talking about? A head of state? This isn't like a fucking random, like, this isn't like a random robbery. Like, yeah, they're definitely very incompetent regardless, but like, that's an insane fucking assessment.
Made conspicuously self-incriminating remarks and media appearances, apparently motivated by compensation for his sensationalism. Pedersen died in 2004, leaving behind a frustrating trail of circumstantial evidence and unanswered questions. Maybe he had the means. Zettergren, who dealt not only in drugs but also weapons, claimed to have sold Pedersen a revolver which matched the forensic criteria. As for motive, the popular theory goes, ironically enough, Zettergren bore a passing resemblance to Palma, and for whatever reason, Pedersen had it out for him, like he did the last drug dealer he killed. As for opportunity, it's plausible he was hanging around the area of the theater and on a dark night could have mistaken Palma for Zettergren or someone else. However, the most compelling part of the story is merely how good a story it is. Palma was an extraordinary politician who just wanted to walk the streets of the city he loved with his wife as just an ordinary citizen. One can almost say, if Pedersen did it, that he got what he wanted, dying an anonymous, sudden death in a case of mistaken identity, as if he were nobody at all. But what if there were a more poetic ending? What if the suspect were also more credible, enough to even convince the police in 2020 to name him Palma's killer and close the case? Well, there is Stig Engström, the third eyewitness from the intro, the man whose story just kept changing.
Let's take a look at what he said to police the night of the murder. According to the notes, Engström had just finished work for the evening and had just come out into the street when he heard what he first thought was an exhaust bang. However, he soon saw that someone was lying on the ground and also that there were people around him. As he passed the alley by Tunnelgatan, he looked there. Against a lighted wall, he saw a man in his 20s wearing a dark blue jacket. A couple notes on Engström's timing and position. According to this telling, he's just outside 44 Sveavägen, roughly 50 to 60 meters away from the shooting when it occurs, and, according to Engström, he clocked out at 11:20 p.m. The shooting took place at approximately 11:21 and 20 seconds, so he would have had to clock out in the late seconds of 11:20 at the earliest if he really heard the shooting just outside his office. That is, as long as the time clock is accurate. So Engström says he heard a bang, then saw Palma surrounded by witnesses, and then saw a man lurking in Tunnelgatan. In fact, that's all pretty reasonable. Lars Jepsen, the second eyewitness from the intro, the man who chased the killer up the stairs, testified the same night to police, according to their notes, that he hesitated for a moment whether to rush down to the injured person or whether to pursue the perpetrator. He would later clarify that he crossed to the north side of Tunnelgatan before doing so, a crucial detail because this makes him visible from where Engström was standing. This is a vital point in Engström's alibi. If he really saw Lars, it makes his guilt very hard to believe. Recall that at the time Lars was standing in that spot, he testified the killer was already bounding up the steps and had made it some distance. To see Lars on the north side of Tunnelgatan would have been very difficult from anywhere other than where Engström claimed to be standing.
What about the rest of his statement? Well, he makes a few bizarre remarks, but they're ultimately explained with a little investigation. Unfortunately, there's just not enough time for two guys making monthly videos to get into all of that here, but if you want to learn more, supporters on our Patreon get access to our podcast, where we discuss things that don't make the cut for videos like this. Link in the description. So Engstrom's story makes enough sense. The problem is, he didn't stick to it.
First, his position at the time of the murder changed. The earliest police notes imply he claimed he was 50 meters away when he heard the shooting, but he later claimed to be much closer, saying he'd walked with quick steps, almost half running, as he was in a hurry to get to the subway. When he was about 20 meters from the intersection at Tunnelgaten, he heard a bang. Part of the discrepancy may be attributed to the police abridging the story in the earliest notes, but there are bigger problems. If Engstrom was just 20 meters away and jogging, it's unlikely Anna, the intro's first eyewitness, Palma's first attendant, or Stefan could have gotten there before Engstrom. Further, Engstrom's jogging makes little sense, as he had plenty of time before the last train. Second, the timing started to get fuzzy too. In his third conversation with police, Engstrom attempts to explain his failure to register the gunshots appropriately by claiming that he was distracted trying to look at his dark watch. But he'd never mentioned this detail before, and he'd just then clocked out of work. If he was worried about time, surely he would have taken a look at it then, before mistakenly assuming he needed to rush to the station. Finally, in successive statements, Engstrom expanded his own involvement in administering first aid to Palma, from casting himself as a helpless bystander to offering advice about how best to position the victim, all the way to actively attempting to turn him on his side. There are other examples, but these are the most conspicuous instances of apparent dishonesty, and they all have one thing in common: a persistent effort by Engstrom to establish himself closer to the crime and more involved in the aftermath. Put another way, if he were innocent, Engstrom's first story is perfectly credible. He left work, heard the shot, ran to the scene, and even saw Lars Jepsen where he's supposed to be, confirming the timing. End of story. So why lie? Well, perhaps he got lucky with his first story. Perhaps he'd caught a glimpse of Lars when Lars caught a glimpse of him. After all, Lars's description of the killer, middle-aged, dark down jacket, something like a cap on his head, and with a wide back, sounds rather like Engstrom, a heavy-set, middle-aged man who wore a dark coat and a cap the night of the crime. According to the 2020 police announcement, the motive is simple. Engstrom craved attention. A middle-aged guy working late nights in a dead-end job who strolled out into the street one night, exhausted and bitter, and saw a man who had it all. He was famous, beloved by many countrymen, a politician who had the confidence, the arrogance, to waltz around at night alone, as if nothing could touch him. But Stig had the chance to put him in his place, so he did. Of course, murder is rarely rewarded with adulation and fame.
Yeah, totally, dude. I mean, yeah. He found a fucking Magnum, 1 of 10. Like, that makes no sense. Dude, murdering someone in Sweden with a fucking weapon that there are only 10 missing total in the entire country sounds fucking crazy if your motive is just simply, fuck that guy.
Fame, but scorn and infamy. Unless you kill the Prime Minister of Japan. Check out our video on that.
That's a great fucking counter to the argument that you're making, which is that was an incredibly well thought out political assassination with a very obvious motive. Like, yeah, the amount of time and effort and pre-planning that went into literally even building the doohickey, that is the exact opposite. There's a clear-cut motive.
Assassination after this one. So Engstrom fled, Dissatisfied, he sought the limelight, telling the police a story that made him seem important, but it wasn't enough. He even complained to his wife the police weren't paying attention to him. In response, he changed his story and inflated his role. So he's got a plausible motive, but what about means and opportunity? It turns out Engstrom had a neighbor acquaintance who collected guns and owned a revolver which fit the forensic search criteria, so he could have had means. As for opportunity, a building employee testified that the time clock, essential to Engstrom's alibi, was 1 minute fast, meaning that if Engstrom's time card showed 11:20 p.m., he really clocked out at 11:19. Much too early for his story to make sense, and early enough to spot the Palmas walking down the street, tail them, and commit the crime. Engstrom begins to look like quite a believable suspect. Except another building employee claimed the time clock was 1 minute slow, which means Engstrom would have really clocked out at 11:21. Perfectly in time for his original story to add up, and late enough to make it impossible for him to shoot Palma. The police never tested the time clock.
Once again, his original story was perfectly believable. So why lie? Well, perhaps the police are right about Engstrom's character, even if he didn't kill Palma. He was an early arrival to a freshly murdered prime minister, but was ignored by police on account of lacking any useful information. So he changed his story and exaggerated his role to gain attention. Simple and believable. In effect, this motive cuts both ways, explaining his behavior whether he's guilty or innocent. In fact, most people on both sides of his case point to his attention-seeking as the primary motive for his behavior. Yet again, a frustratingly inconclusive theory. But while the case for Engstrom's guilt is riddled with holes, it has some convincing moments, perhaps most of all because it offers an even more poetic ending than Pedersen. An extraordinary man of great importance walks the streets alone, pretending to be ordinary. Not only does he die an anonymous death, a sort of wish ironically granted, he's gunned down by his polar opposite, an ordinary man who thought with the pull of a trigger he could change his fate, become extraordinary. And here we are, almost 40 years later and thousands of miles away, still talking about the lowly Stig Engstrom. Whether Palma was killed by a villainous secret agent, a hapless drug addict, or a hopeless loser, the story of his death is a fascinating one.
Yeah, it's definitely the first thing. I don't know what. Like, I just don't. I don't know.
Of course, there's the extraordinary drama of it all.
Yeah, it is the position of the Swedish government.
Walking alone on a cold, dark February evening, the shadowy gunman slipping away into the night, the police blunders, and the many compelling and bizarre suspects. Palma was a man of contradictions. A rich man working for the poor, a powerful individual working for group solidarity. But so was Sweden, a nation which preached the obligation of each to his neighbor while opting for neutrality and shirking that responsibility on the world stage. Because liberal democracy is full of these contradictions. Liberalism preaches universal and alienable rights, yet it must tolerate differences between countries, lest we attempt to police the world. And democracy prizes the voice of the individual even as it seeks to bring us together in coexistence and compromise. What's more, democracy promises that all are equal, even as it regards some, like Palma, as special, still a citizen, but something more. While others, like Engstrom, may still yearn, perhaps violently, to be something greater than yet another citizen in the crowd.
Yeah, I don't. Something's narrative salience is irrelevant to its veracity. This is an insane way to talk about a real crime. I get it's something that could just been sitting around forever like JFK, but this isn't that. Now is not a time to have a meta conversation about the conversation about the subject. Wait, what do you mean? You're mad that he's like spinning off and talking about how about liberal democracy. It's a bit eerie watching Legend of Galactic Heroes, which was written in the 80s, depict something so analogous to the current time. From Andrew talking about a narrative that you might consider quite similar to one that we hear quite a bit in the news nowadays. Wait, what the fuck? Why is there no audio? Why can't I hear any audio?
Hey mamas, let's talk about the memorable features on the Rezvani Vengeance.
I love this car. It's so stupid.
I'm body armored, and so is this vehicle. For even more protection, you have explosive underbody shielding, bulletproof glass, electrified door handles, military-grade run flat tires, and a ram steel bumper. If anyone's following you, you have blinding lights in the front and the back, or a smoke screen. Plus my favorite, pepper spray. If you're picking your kids up from the mall, let them know you're there with strobe lights and your intercom. Hey, Bobby, it's your mommy. Your kids will love that it was styled by a video game designer. Vengeance is based on the Cadillac Escalade, so Mama gets heated and ventilated leather seats, a curved OLED display with augmented reality, a digital rear view mirror, which is necessary. Vengeance is only yours, and so is everything in this built-in safe. Parents might need to help their kiddos open the door, but it's a breeze to get in. You have heated seats, a third zone of climate control, cup holders, and 2 USB-Cs. Bring the kiddos along with 5 top tethers, 2 sets of lower latch anchors. It's a 3-row SUV that seats up to 8 people. I fit, and I'm safe. Let's see if the stroller does. Stroller test. It fits, and it's powered by a V8 with 420 to 810 horsepower.
It's pretty hard nowadays to. The weapon stuff is not legal. Electrified door handles, yeah. I just don't understand how any of this is legal. How is it? But why are people trying to murder her children? Dude, this basically goes at the heart. This is basically fucking precisely what like every American living in a fucking suburb wants. Okay, which is like a murder weapon because you think that like minorities are going to come and kill you. Website fucking nuts prices. Yeah, they're like 300 grand. Starting at 285 grand. Let's build ours. Base price is 285 grand with heated and ventilated leather seats. Okay. How do I build it? All right, paint. Should it be satin or gloss? Let's do glossy paint. That seems better. Bespoke? No, let's do camouflage because I want to be real. Army green. Fire red. Oh, stealth gray. Black Ops. Okay, Black Ops is fine. Add-on. You can get a winch and a custom shine down logo. A roof-mounted LED light bar. Gotta have those. Inside in the color trim, black with brushed silver, brandy with wood grain, ivory with with gloss black trim, ivory brush silver. I'm gonna go with brandy with wood grain. You can also get executive seating, 2 reclining executive seats with massage heat and ventilation. Wait, what? Bar driver partition with big screen TV. You can turn this bad boy into a fucking limousine. Here are some of the seat styles. Basic, F1, Platini, Elegante, Gladiatore, and the F458 Malatage. We're going to go with the F458 Malatage. The stitching color you can change as well to silver, yellow, or blue. Okay. Let's go with the yellow. For the engine, you can get a 6.2 liter V8 gas engine. But that's pussy shit. You can also get a diesel engine. Also pussy shit. You can, however, get... Mike is gone. Goodbye, Mike. Sound. Mike is gone. What do you mean? You can't hear me? Hello? Chatter just went deaf. Like literally in that very moment, he went deaf and he's like, oh no, I can't hear you. Anyway, of course, I'm going to not get the pussy shit. I'm going to get the 810 horsepower supercharged 6.2 liter V8, which offers 810 horsepower. It's got 770 feet per pound torque. I don't even know what that means. For the exhaust, do we get the standard? Fuck no. Got to get that catback performance exhaust system. Really let that engine purr. And you need performance brakes for when you run over an entire troop of Boy Scouts. You know, after you're done running over them because you can't see them because they're underneath your clearance, underneath your vision, you have to be able to stop. Now we got the packages. You have the military package, which offers bulletproof glass, body armor, underside explosive protection, smokescreen, military run flat tires, thermal night vision system, reinforced suspension, electromagnetic pulse protection, a steel ram bumper, optional explosive device detection, continuous video recording, electrified door handles, which I'm not sure how that's legal, siren and horn options, strobe lights, blinding lights, intercom system, magnetic deadbolts, pepper spray dispenser, gas mask, first aid kit. Yeah, military package makes you get cheated on. I mean, if you buy this car, you deserve it. Rizvani bomb test? Yeah, I remember that.
It just jumped! The car actually survived the blast with only a few minor scrapes.
I remember that shit. Hypothermia kit, gas masks, first aid kit. Or you can get the pussy ass security package, which is only 62 grand, which is the cost of an entire car, by the way. Like, for the price of an expensive ass car, for the price of my Porsche Taycan, you can get the military package on this bitch. Add-ons. Tow package, obviously. Night vision system, obviously. Wait, what? No, I want it with the military package. These already... Tire inflation deflation kit. Why is that $3,500? A rifle compartment. Of course, when you want to go on a mass shooting spree, you got to bring your rifle with you, and you can't just put it in the trunk. You got to put it in the custom-made rifle compartment in the trunk. A center console safe for all your good stuff, all your secret stuff that you put in there, I guess. I don't fucking know. A rear seat entertainment for when you go on the fucking killing spree and your children in the back seat. A solar power grid, off-grid power using solar, and operational front windows for armored cars only. Okay, let's see what the total comes to. So the base was 285 grand, as you know. I added a little bit here and there. Oh, the sum total is $742,750. Well, there you go. My Rizwani. Beautiful. Is it the paranoia edition? Yes, this is the hyper paranoia edition. When you're really, really worried that your enemies are out to get you. I will be buying 2. One for me and one for my brother. You know? Anyway. That's all I got for today, folks. I love you all. But I'm tired. Yeah, Olaf Palme would have survived if he had this car. W stream is what many are saying. Anyway, tomorrow I will not be live, for the record, because I have a really cool thing going on. I have a whole ass thing with Wired Middle East. With Wired Magazine, I'm going to be doing an interview with them. I'm going to be doing a fucking photo shoot with them. So I have to do that the whole day. So I'll be back on Monday. Taking a day off is probably good for me anyway. I've been getting more tired and more angry lately. But wanted to be live today. So I didn't take a 2-day break. I'm trying to see if I can bring Kaya to the photo shoot. But this is what we got for today, folks. Love you all. And I will see you on Monday. Hopefully the world doesn't end for the one day that I take off. Usually that's what happens. Crazy shit happens. Anyway. Love you all. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.